rayuwansa domin kikiro wannan hanya domin ciyar da wannan kasa a gaba. Muna tuna shi kamar Musa a kasar Masar. Uba mai sarki ka cici jama'ar ka da dama bisa ababe da dama ta wurin sarauta da yanci. Uba muna mika shi yanzu kamar yadda shi Musa yake da a Masar ya kawo Isra'ila kuma a kasa da ka yi musu na alkawali. Ubangiji mun gode domin ka yi wannan ta wurin bawanka kuma domin ka kawo mu bisa kasa da aka yi mana alkawali ta kakani. Muna godiya domin jama'an da suka gayyata a wannan wuri, sarakuna daban-daban da za su ɗauki wakilci irin naka. Kai ne ka bayar da wakilci a mulki a duniya daga sama. Ya Ubangiji muna ce maka mun gode. Muna godiya kuma da zarafin da ka bayar a yanzu. An zo a wannan yankin Maiha da za a bayar wanda ka sa ya zama tuta a karkashin iko da mulki irin naka. Muna kawo iko daga wurinka domin ka shinge shi. Muna roko iko daga wurinka domin ka tsare shi. Muna roko iko daga wurinka domin ka tabbatar da wannan ya zama har abada abadin cikin rayuwar wannan kasa. Ubangiji mugun sarki babu sai mugun fadawa. Muna kawo dukan fadawan da za su zo karkashinsa idan mugaye ne ka yi nisa da su domin su ba da shawara masu kyau domin wannan kasa. Haka kuma sauran kasashe da za a yi irin wannan ya Allah. Mun tabbata kai ne ka yi, mun tabbata kai ka shirya, mun tabbata kai ka ayana, mun tabbata kai ne kuma za mu saurara. Daga yau da zai ɗauki wannan alkawali wannan kasa ya Ubangiji ka shugabance shi, ka ba shi iko, ka ba shi iyawa, ka ba shi hikima, ka ba shi basira, ka ba shi ganewa, ka ba shi tattancewa kamar na shi annabi Sulaimanu lokacin da ya shari'anta daga karuwai guda biyu bisa yaro. Allah ya san gaskiya da karya domin ya yi aiki bisa nufinka. Ban gaskiyar mu shine za a ci gaba da wannan biki daga farko har karshe. Gwamnan da ya zo da makarabansa da dukan sarakuna Allah ka mai da su inda suka fito koshin lafiya. Bari tunaninsu, bari aikinsu, bari tsararsu, bari komai ya zama bisa nufinka domin jama'arka. Ban gaskiyar mu yanzu za ka ji addu'anmu ka tabbatar mana wannan cikin sunan Allah ba da na da na Ruhu mai sarki. Amen.
Ka cancanci yabo Ahmadu ka nuna mana halin kauna. Yan Adamawa yau kowa sai murna su.
Thank you very much. The Muslim Council of Adamawa State, Maiha Chapter, and the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, Maiha State Chapter. For the opening prayers, Your Excellency, the People's Governor, the Governor of Adamawa State, the fresh air, the man who truly is a breath of fresh air, the Right Honorable Amadou Umaru Fintri, CON, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Adamawa State, our mother, the teacher, the professor, Kaleta Pua G. Farauta, the Right Honorable Speaker, Adamawa State House of Assembly, Honorable Atia Wesley, my Lord, the Honorable Chief Judge of Adamawa State, the Honorable Justice Hafsat Abdurrahman, Your Excellency, the immediate past Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Honorable Barrister Boss Gida Mustafa, Your Excellency, the immediate past Governor of Adamawa State, our very own, our amiable, distinguished Senator Mohammed Omar Jibrila Bindo, the Chairman of our great party, the People's Democratic Party in Adamawa State, the Honorable Barrister A.T. Shehu, here today ably represented by the Deputy State Chairman, Honorable Stephen Doma, and of course, the Organizing Secretary of the party, Alaji Hamza Bello Madagali, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic, the senator representing the good people of Adamawa North Senatorial District, distinguished Senator Reverend Amos Yohana, the distinguished senator of the Federal Republic representing the good people of Adamawa Central Senatorial District, distinguished Senator Aminu Iya Abbas, other members of the National Assembly here present, Your Excellency, the Secretary to the State Government of Adamawa State, the Honorable Barrister Awal D. Tukur, the Chief of Staff to the Government of Adamawa State, Dr. Edgar Amos Sunday, the Head of Service, Adamawa State, Pharmacist Shehu Isa Ardo, MNI, Your Royal Highnesses, the Lamido of Adamawa, Alaji Dr. Muhammadu Barkindo Aliu Mustafa, the President, the Chairman of the Adamawa State Council of Emirs and Chief, here today ably represented by the Waling Adamawa, Alaji Abdul Qadir A. Mbamba, Your Royal Highness, the Emir of Mubi, Alaji Abubakar Isa Ahmadu, CFR, who is also here today, ably represented by the Madawaki Mubi, Alaji Abubakar Mahmud Wambai, Your Royal Majesty, Hamon Daniel Shaga Ismail, CON, Hamon Achama, Your Royal Majesty, Hamon Alhamdu Gladson Teneke, MFR, Hamon Ata, Your Royal Highness, Alaji Umaru Adamusanda, OON, Gangwarin Ganye, Your Royal Highness, Dr. Abdullah Isa Dasong, Amna Sheleng, Your Royal Majesty, Dr. Kraye Dishan Ansanda II, Kondi Nungria, Your Royal Majesty, Murum Baltam B. Biapo Mbweman II, Murumbula, Your Royal Highness, Dr. Ali Namburam Til Madagali, Your Royal Highness, Muhammadu Sani Ahmadu Ribado, the Emir of Fufore, Your Royal Highness, Barrister Alheri B. Nyako Tolhuba of Hong, Your Royal Highness, Professor Bulus Luka Gadiga Mbage Kamanchika, Your Royal Highness, Gubo Johnson Dio Matalo Gubo Yungur, Your Royal Majesty, Agre Ali Kumo Gombi, Your Royal Highness, Amadou Saibaru Sanda, the Emir of Maiha, the man for whom we are all gathered today to celebrate, to coronate, and to present with the staff of office. Your Royal Highness, Alhaji Abdurrahman Tijani, the Lamido Dumo from the Cameroon Republic, and all other Royal Highnesses that I am told have joined us from Cameroon. Distinguished members of the Adamawa State Executive Council, Honorable Commissioners, of particular mention the Honorable Commissioner representing Maiha, Honorable Tijani Maksha Atiku, the Honorable Commissioner, Livestock and Aquaculture. Honorable members of the Adamawa State House of Assembly, the Deputy Speaker and all other members, Adamawa State House of Assembly, of particular mention, Honorable Bero, the Honorable Member, Maiha Local Government Area. Our erudite and distinguished service commanders here present, our elder statesmen, stalwarts, great supporters of His Excellency, the Governor, elders of Adamawa State, Alaji Musa Garba, and all people in that category. Permit me, I had mentioned some of you earlier. If I'm unable to mention you right now, I'm sure you'll permit me, but let me also mention Engineer Marcos Gundiri, the President of the GPF, and all other people in those various entourage that have come today to honor the people of Maiha. Members of the organizing committee at the state level, the local organizing committee, sons and daughters of Maiha local government area, distinguished invited guests. Your Excellency, I beg your pardon, the Honorable Minister, Livestock, who is here today, ably represented by the Chairman of the All Progressives Congress in Adamawa State, the APC, all other invited guests, my lords, spiritual and temporal, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you today to Maiha, the great and historic city of Maiha, for this indeed auspicious, epoch-making event, the coronation and installation, presentation of staff of office to His Royal Highness, the Emir of Maiha. I will now, without any further ado, invite the chairman, Maiha Local Government Area, as he joins me on stage to bring the chairman's welcome address to all the people. As the chairman joins me, I'll continue to honor distinguished elder statesmen that are here, Dr. Stephen Madua, Alhaji Biri Farare, Chief Shehu Jafia, Chief Maurice Bonabolki, and all of the other distinguished people. Okay, while other chairmen are coming to join you, sir, I'll continue to honor all of the honorable people. Alhaji Eela Moda Gidangona, Dam Malikim Adamawa, Alhaji Dr. Saidu Dauda, and all of you very honorable people. Chairmen of local government areas of Adamawa State are coming to give their support to their colleague, the chairman, Maiha Local Government Area. Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman, Maiha Local Government.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Adamawa State, Right Honorable Amadou Marufintri, CON, Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Professor Kalatapua Foreuta, the Honorable Speaker, Adamawa State House of Assembly, the Chief Judge, Adamawa State, distinguished personality, here present, all protocol duly respectively observed. On behalf of Maiha Local Government Council and the local organizing committee for the coronation ceremony, I'm delighted and honored welcome all of you this historic occasion for the presentation of staff of office to Alhaji Ahmadu Saibaru, the Emir of Maiha Emirate. I heartily welcome His Excellency, our Emirate, Enable Executive Governor, Right Honorable Amadou Marufintri, the Fresh Air Governor, the ATN Governor, the Project Master, the bonifier who bonifies Adamawa State with infrastructure. We gather here today to celebrate not only coronation of our reserved traditional rulers, but also to acknowledge the remarkable achievement of the Gov.Sule administration. Your Excellency, tireless effort to promote peaceful coexistence and economic prosperity in Adamawa State will remain eternal for us. The Maiha Emirate will promote peace, enhance securities, and attract economic development. I assure you that sons and daughters of Emirate will support the Emir toward rapid development of the Emirate. Furthermore, I want to welcome most sincere the numerous special guests, members of the National Assembly and Royal Highness and Majesty, including those from neighboring Cameroonian Republic and all distinguished personalities from far and near too numerous to mention. His Excellency, we express our deepest gratitude for your visionary leadership and unwavering dedication for the people of the Adamawa State. Your Excellency, we thank you for the Maiha Emirate. As we move forward, we are confident that synergy between traditional leadership and modern governance will continue to yield positive results, driving Adamawa State forward greater unity, peace, prosperity, and development. May God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman of Local Government Areas, Honorable Chairman Maiha, Hong, Song, Mobi South, Guyuk, Ganye. Of course, Guyuk is here, and Jada. Thank you, all of you, very much. Honorable Prince Chuaren Abakar Magajingarim Paka, Honorable Philip Alongo, and all of you distinguished sons, I honor you. And now let me invite for a goodwill message, on behalf of all the good people of Maiha Local Government Area. former head of service, Adamawa State, Honorable Engineer Benson Jelani, OON, MNI, will be accompanied by the elders of Maiha as he comes forward. Let me also honor and acknowledge the presence of Alhaji Hamisu Idris Maidugu, who is also here with us, as Engineer Benson Jelani and the elders come to join me. Let me honor Honorable Adamu Kamale, Honorable Adamu Kamale, former honorable member representing the good people of Madagali, Michika Federal Constituency, and all of you in that category. Once again, I honor and thank you. Thank you indeed so very much. Honorable Commissioner Tijani Maksha is in this entourage. Dr. Jesse Sajo is in this entourage. I welcome all of you, distinguished elder statesmen. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Adamawa State, Right Honorable Ahmad Umar Fintri, CON, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Adamawa State, Professor Kalitapwa G. Farauta, the Speaker, Adamawa State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Basia Wesley, the Chief Judge of Adamawa State, Justice Hafsat Abdurrahman, permit me to stand on the already existing protocol. Your Excellency, almost all that should be said have already been said. But one thing I have to repeat is to say thank you for all you have done to Adamawa State in general and Maiha local government in particular. Next, Your Excellency, I wish to congratulate you specially. I wish to congratulate you in a special way for giving governance in your, for giving prominence in your governance to a concept which majority of politicians overlook. The concept is enduring success in politics. Enduring success in politics. One candidate Joe had this to say about the concept, and I quote, "But there is no enduring success in politics except for those who do heroic things and depart quickly." I repeat, Your Excellency, for purpose of emphasis, but there is no enduring success in politics except for those who do heroic things and depart quickly. Your Excellency, the organization was what was celebrating here today is one of those heroic things that you have done. So once more, Your Excellency, I congratulate you. That you have made heroic actions is there for everybody to see. To His Royal Highness, the Emir of Maiha, and your subjects, I wish also to congratulate you all and to remind you that the unity of Maya should be of top priority. Pursuant to this, I wish to remind His Royal Highness what has been said about going fast and going far. And I quote, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. So please, Your Royal Highness, let us all go together so that we can go far. Finally, Your Excellency, while thanking all those who have attended this occasion, I wish them safe journey back to your destinations. Thank you, and may God bless us all. Amen.
Thank you so very much, the elders of Maiha, for that very beautiful and honorable goodwill message as they go to pay homage on His Excellency. Let me honor special advisors to His Excellency, principal special assistants, senior special assistants, and all of you. Your Excellency, with your kind permission, we have a very powerful delegation from the Cameroon in this event. Let me acknowledge and honor them. The Petep Dumo, I hope I called that correctly. Ma Demsa, Ma Baseo, Suprofe Demsa, Suprofe Baseo, Suprofe Duan, Gashiga Demsa Commander, and all of that. I hope I called that correctly. If I didn't, I'm sure you'll pardon me. Later on, someone who speaks French better than I do will help me to do that. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We will take a few cultural displays of the Maiha people in this very glorious celebration of the coronation and presentation of staff of office to His Royal Highness, the Emir of Maiha. Firstly, I would like to invite Makaɗan Fada. Za mu ɗauki raye-rayen gargajiya, muna da su da yawa, amma guda uku kawai za mu ɗauka a sashi na farko. Zan roƙe ku gafara, saura za mu ɗauke su an jima. Da Allah kar kowa ya zo yana gaya mini cewa a kira su yanzu, ko ku yi hakuri, kowa sunanku na guri na list ɗinku. Da farko Makaɗan Fada, ku fara shiri. Makaɗan Fada, Mbaya dancers, kuma ku shirya. Na uku Alhaji Bala, shila kuma ku shirya. Thank you very much. Makaɗan Fada, saboda yau sarauta muka zo yi, mu fara da taken sarauta. Makaɗan Fada, yawa. Makaɗan Fada, ku zo nan cikin fili, sai kun kare da gwamna tukuna sai ku dawo gurin mai martaba. Na gode. A kawo gaisuwa mai girma gwamna da masu martaba. Thank you. All right. The palace drummers, thank you very much. They will be the first in this category. Thank you. These are the palace drummers and trumpeters of Maiha Emirate. They are just bringing their homage on their excellencies and royal highnesses. Honorable Musa Omar Bororo, Rumbung Adamawa, the Shila Shila dancers should please kindly start to make their entrance. Protocol, allow the Shila Shila dancers, let me see from where they're coming in, from what side they're coming in. Oh, okay, okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Makadampada Mongode. Makadampada Mongode Yai Yai. Thank you, sirs. Thank you. The next will be the Shila Shila traditional dancers. The Shila Shila traditional dancers. Yayi, yayi makadampada apara pita. Yayi, aje. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Shila Shila traditional dancers. Okay, thank you. Okay, these are not the Shila Shila. Please, the Mbaya dancers. The Mbaya dancers. Thank you. These are all part of the palace drummers. No, I understand. Thank you, Rasa Anjima. Thank you. Shafiu. Peter. Please, let them go. The Mbaya dancers.
Oh,
awareness of the village, Shafiu.
Aye, monana. Oh, aye, tangina. Oh, aye, damam tu buk mamwatini. Oh, aye, sangina. Oh, aye, murandu ya dargati. Oh, aye, wawaya na pakina. Oh, aye, wayo larana. Oh, aye, wayo larana. Oh, aye, adina uya. Oh, aye, murabita tuya. Oh, aye, damam tu buk mamwatini. Oh, aye, murandu ya dargati. Wawaya na pagina. Oh, aya wali baga baramana. Oh, aya wali baga tuwarena.
What the boss da aiki a cikin fili. Shala dancers kar ku yi nisa zan sake kiran ku. Ku yi hakuri, it was a misunderstanding. Thank you. Aya iya larana. Oh, aya udam bayar mamorina. Oh, aya liam bayar mamorina. Oh, aya damam tubuk mamotini. Oh, aya mutumuran malivare. Honorable Konkol.
Aya malivare machuare. Oh, aya haye larana. Oh,
Honorable Philip Alongo. This is the beautiful Mbaya dance of the Maiha people. Sons and daughters of Maiha, enjoy this dance whenever the dance is presented. Alaji Mutari Hamidu Dogo. I don't know where you are in this arena today. We are in Maiha and I cannot see Honorable Mutari Hamidu Dogo. Yai protocol, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, protocol. Peter and Sheffield, please. Yai Matanyambaya. Yai, thank you. Shala, nazu information in Ambani wrongly ne, so shala kushugo. Shala kushugo ba shila bane, shala suma makaɗan fada ne amma na gargajiya na Maiha. Makaɗan fada na shala. Thank you very much. All right, Princess of Maiha, Mongo de Moku. Yayi, dala mabar cikin dandali. Cameramen, stop snapping pictures there. That's what is making people to stop. If you want to do pictures after they have moved to the side, you can do as many pictures as you want. Shala dance, Minty Biu, Basu microphone. Bashi microphone. In our microphone, they can go to Bayat Azu. Give him the microphone, please. Shafiu, look at the man in green. The man in green. Aha. Palace drummers of the Maiha Emirate. Muktari Hamidu Dogo. Ya jirin kayan na gargajiya yanzu ya fito. Alhaji Dauda Bello yana shirin shi.
Njunguli yam kyaune, njiwonga yam kyaune. Yar sadia, yar sadia, yar sadia, yar sadia, yar chamana sa, yar bunga kia, yar bunga kia, yar abu bakar, yar abu yautuabuna, yar samyosa. Yo, it's all your Una di mine coming in a gona, Una di mine coming in a gona, Ujujena buna motal, ujujena buna jirigin, ujujena ina jirigin, ujujena ina jirigin. Ya Islamia, ya gaundu amne, wana di main kawina, wana di main kawinu gona, ya wayari mayam keku, ya wayari mayam kaune, ya Islamia jima, ya sadia, ya yari mangakia. Montu tawalun gan gagme, manu tawalun gagme, montu tawalun gagme. Ayala mino Abubakar, dai sanga kia, ide di main kundaria, ya samia wade, ya gayin jinga kiuna, una di main kamina, ya gaundi ya sadia, di jani mangsha, uli amba deu sama, ijani mangsha, ya niranga kia, ya chiromanga kia, ya ujaraga kia, suprofe ya sama, ya igaunga kiuna, ya bedela, ba bedela kia, ba bedela kia, my gari, paka.
Masarawan gargajiyan Pachama ku shiri ku shiga ku ne last ones a wannan segment sai Sani Waziri ya shigo. Sani ka fara shiri. Thank you mutanen Shela Royal Drummers. Uro Kadwe rawan gargajiya na mai girma Hama Pachama Hamon Daniel Shaga Ismaila CON. Jama'ansa sun kawo gaisuwa.
Na gafila supo, no tu fawara paid away. Na gafila supo, no tu fawara paid away. Na gafila supo, no tu fawara paid away. Na gafila supo, no tu fawara paid away.
This is the royal dance of the Pachama people of Lamurde local government area of Adamawa State. The Honorable Member Lamurde, Honorable Member Numan, Honorable Member Madagali are all on their feet. All right, this is going to be the last traditional dance in this segment. We will bring the remaining traditional dances in the second segment. All of you other traditional dances will come in the second segment.
Ayangari bawade batla janu gulando komba puka go jamara kango yinedizo.
Wada batla janu gulando kumba pugo chamada kango yinirizo. Ayang adiba wada batla janu gulando kumba pugo chamada kango yinirizo. Down unaka, me down unaka, unanka mitambu. O me no forward, me you unaka me ambakada, but in the jom to pay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nazandi jom to pay a bonga.
Thank you.
Bingo ba pay a pamto, mitambu po kona.
Thank you. They will always do this protocol until they greet the governor in this their special way. The dance is not over. Thank you. Thank you very much.
People know Tamudo will add a Kami Ghana, Gawana Baliana Che, Padu, Canena, Jim Tamangaroka. Other Dalmada Damda Jemena Bamudo will add a Javo Kaduna.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed so very much. Thank you. Sani Waziri, I will beg you to hold on. We will take you immediately after we have done the coronation. Immediately after we've done the coronation, I will take you. Thank you. Let me now invite the Secretary to the State Government of Adamawa State to please kindly join us on the podium. The SSG will kindly join us on the podium. As the SSG comes, I will invite for the reading of the citation, the biography of His Royal Highness, the Emir of Maiha. Let me invite Alhaji Ibrahim Buba, the Permanent Secretary, Political Department in the Office of the Secretary to the State Government. He will bring the reading of the citation and biography of His Royal Highness, the Emir of Mubi. Alhaji Ibrahim Buba, please. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, sir, may I crave your indulgence to stand on the already established protocols due to time factor so that I could do my job, which I feel is very, very short and simple. That is reading the brief history of the Emir of Maiha, His Royal Highness, Alhaji Amadou Saibaru. In the midst of blessings from a downpour on 12 August 1971, a child was born at Pegin village of Bognapaka district of Maiha local government area of Adamawa State. Little did the family of late Alhaji Saibaru Sanda and Hajia Hapsatu Saibaru, and indeed the entire villagers, know that that child will 54 years later metamorphosed to become the first Emir of the brand new Maiha Emirate with a third-class status. That child is no doubt other than His Royal Highness, the first Emir of Maiha Emirate, Alhaji Amadou Saibaru. Alhaji Amadou Saibaru, who was destined to lead Maiha Emirate, created by His Excellency Right Honorable Amadou Umaru Fintri, the Executive Governor of Adamawa State, had a humble beginning studying and memorizing Holy Quran under the tutelage of his father, Alhaji Saibaru Sanda, with good background in non-formal education from primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. The Emir, about to be coronated, started pursuing Western education at Pegin Gurtufewe Primary School in 1978. He later gained an admission to GSS Maiha in 1984. On completion of his secondary school education in 1989, the young and ambitious Ahmadu enrolled into the College for Legal Studies, Yola, to study law between 1993 and 1996. He also obtained higher national diploma from Federal Polytechnic Mubi in 2014, and also postgraduate diploma a year later. The new Emir holds a bachelor's degree in general management and a master's degree in business administration, both obtained from Adamawa State University, Mubi. His Royal Highness Alhaji Amadou Saibairu began his civil service career in the tax office of Maiha local government. In 2000, he was posted to Jalingo Maiha district office as a district scribe under late Alhaji Abakar Suleiman Ubandoma Mubi. He garnered 8 years experience as a district scribe. Between 2000 and 2008, from here, he was transferred to local government staff pension board as a procurement officer in 2009. Alhaji Amadou Saibaru doubled as administrative and transport office of RAM2, a World Bank assisted project for the period of 3 years, spanning from 2017 to 2020. Alhaji Amadou Saibaru reached the peak of his career civil service in the local government system as a director, general services and administration. In the course of career, Alhaji Amadou ventured into unionism, where he was elected vice chairman, Nolge, Maiha local government branch, as well as vice chairman of the union in the local government staff pension board, Adamawa State. A widely traveled person, Alhaji Amadou Saibaru visited many countries, African countries, and Middle Eastern African countries such as Cameroon, Chad, Benin Republic, Togo, and Saudi Arabia. Married to 2 wives with 9 children, Alhaji Amadou Saibaru enjoys reading, writing, horse riding, traveling, and driving. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses and Majesties, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to present to this august gathering for coronation as the first Emir of Maiha, a man of honor, dignity, simplicity, a man of transparent character, honesty and integrity, an epitome of unity, and of course, symbol of sanity, a golden choice of the entire people of Maiha Emirate, graciously endorsed by His Excellency Right Honorable Ahmad Umar Fintri, the project master, fresh air governor, and above all, the architect of modern Adamawa. Once again, I thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. May God bless us all.
Thank you very much, sir. Alhaji Ibrahim Buba, the Permanent Secretary, Political Department in the Office of the Secretary to the State Government, for the reading of the citation. Your Excellency, with your kind permission, let me now invite to the podium the Permanent Secretary, Cabinet Affairs. Please kindly join me on podium. Permanent Secretary, Political, please kindly join me on the podium. Okay. The Permanent Secretary, Cabinet Affairs, to please join. Let me welcome the Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice to please also join us on the podium. The Honorable Barrister A.K. Jingi, Commissioner of Justice and Attorney General of Adamawa State. Please join us on stage. Let me announce the cameras. Unless absolutely necessary, please, no camera comes on stage. I'm aware the television stations have cameras from different angles, so you can always see it. There is a culture we're building. The moment we come on stage to do this, the cameras cover everything and nobody sees what is going on stage. So cameras, stay where you are, except the cameras of the government house. Equally, all security and protocol, please, don't join us on this stage. Security and protocols, even His Royal Highness, when he comes, only one person will accompany His Royal Highness when he joins us on stage. I beg you, follow this simple, reasonable instruction. I thank you. All right? And now let me invite most respectfully my Lord, the Honorable Chief Judge of Adamawa State, my Lord, the Honorable Justice Hafsat Abdurrahman, to please kindly join us on stage.
Ina kuke dukkanin yan fensu, ku zo ka sakon gwamna. Masu bin bashi ya ce duka su zo su karba kar da su zauna. Da waɗanda aka yi wa ƙari duk a biya su bayanin gwamna. Ya ce bai san zai san bashi cikin gwamnatin Adamawa.
Police, don't join my Lord on stage. Policeman, please. Please. Thank you. Protocol, also stop there. Please, please don't join my Lord. Thank you. Thank you. My instruction was very clear. Thank you very much. I welcome His Royal Highness. I welcome His Royal Highness. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. And now may I, with profound honor and respect, welcome His Excellency, the Governor of Adamawa State, as he comes to oversee the oath-taking of His Royal Highness, the Emir. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Unity na gwamna aiki muke. Sako na mutari dogo mun ida. Mahaukaci na gwamna na bintiri. A dogo, dogo kudi.
Excellency, all right. Your Royal Highness, we are going to start with the oath of allegiance. Where I say I, you will now call your name, and then you repeat whatever I said. I do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
So help me God.
We now go to the oath of office. The sentence: I,
Alhaji Ahmadu Saibaru,
do swear that I will well and truly serve the government of Adamawa State, in the office of the Emir of Maiha,
in the office of Emir of Maiha,
and I will uphold
the
Constitution as by law established and obey the laws and usages having effect in Adamawa State, and the lawful commands of the government of Adamawa State, that I will cherish in my heart no treachery or disloyalty, that I will rule my people with justice, impartiality, and that I will do my duty without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God.
So help me God.
Amadu ka nuna mana halin kauna. Yan Adamawa yau kowa sai murna suke da kai sun nuna. Ba wani bai kushewa Amadu ka zama ɗan.
His Royal Highness has taken his oath of office. And now the signing ceremony. The signing ceremony. Niyyarsa ta yin aiki ce don taimakon jihar Adamawa. Inda du ya ɓaci ya gyara shi so yake ya burge kowa. Alhaji Ahmadu Umar Fintiri zai haska al'ummar Adamawa. Fresh Air gwamnan Adamawa. Alhaji Ahmadu Umar Gwarzo wannan rabo na jihar Adamawa. Alhaji Ahmadu Fintiri rana mai haska ƙauyuka har birni. Samun ka babban alkhairi ne zama da kaifa akwai amfani. Taimako shi ne aikin ka hatin a baya baka da rauni. Balle a yau kai ne gwamnan mu gwamnan riko na jihar Adamawa. Fintiri ne gwamnan Adamawa. Fintiri ne gwamnan Adamawa. Alhaji Ahmadu Umar Gwarzo wannan riko na jihar Adamawa. Mai hali na gari ne Fintiri halin kwarai hali kyakkyawa. Mai haƙuri ne mai kyawun nazari nan wurinsa ba kushewa. Masani ne da ya kamata duk mu sani jama'ar Adamawa. Alƙawari ne kuma ya ɗauka za ya kula da dukan Adamawa. Fintiri ne gwamnan Adamawa. A gaida jagoran talakawa. Alhaji Ahmadu Umar Gwarzo wannan rabo na jihar Adamawa. Mai kare mana dukkan yanci ta ko'ina ba zai kyale ba. Ya zamo garkuwan talakawa mai kare dukkan haƙƙin kowa. Shi gwamnatin sa ba bambanci babu ƙabilanci dan baiwa. Alhaji Ahmadu Umar Fintiri gwamnan riko na jihar Adamawa. Fintiri ne gwamnan Adamawa. Alhaji Ahmadu Umar Gwarzo wannan rabo na jihar Adamawa. Da zuwan sa Ahmadu Fintiri ya taimaka wa 'yan Adamawa. An kiba ma'aikata albashi shi ya ce a baiwa kowa. Ba a sake danne haƙin wani birni da ƙauyukan Adamawa. Haji Ahmadu Umar Fintiri Allah ya taimaka son kowa. Fintiri ne gwamnan Adamawa. A gaida injin ɗin ATM. Alhaji Ahmadu Umar Gwarzo wannan rabo na jihar Adamawa. Har da suna yau suka baka ATM gwamnan talakawa. Domin ka ce a biya duk ma'aikata ba shi ɗan baiwa. Rago ina bankunan Adamawa ma'aikata layi suka yowa. Sati guda banki in ka je kuɗin kama ba ka samowa. Fintiri ne gwamnan Adamawa. Saboda ya ce duk a biya kowa. Alhaji Ahmadu Umar Gwarzo wannan rabo na jihar Adamawa. Fresh Air iska mai daɗi yau ya sauka jihar Adamawa. Ni'ima ta zo daga Allah Ubangiji ga tagun kowa. Haji Ahmadu Umar Fintiri Fresh Air daɗin talakawa. Ƙarin suna muka sa maka Fresh Air gwamnan talakawa. Fintiri ne gwamnan Adamawa. Ko mu ce da shi ATM. Alhaji Ahmadu Umar Gwarzo wannan rabo na jihar Adamawa. Talakawa da an ka yi wa alƙawarin aiki can baya. Ba a ba su ba sai dai jarrai kamar tuwo ba miya a cigaya. Manufa ta suna yin aiki a tamfurari kamar wata shanya. Shekaru da dama suna aiki an ki ba su ƴancin su kamar kowa. Fintiri ne gwamnan Adamawa. A gaida jagoran talakawa. Alhaji Ahmadu Umar Gwarzo wannan rabo na jihar Adamawa. Da zuwan sa Ahmadu Fintiri ya ce a sa su kamannin kowa. Shi ya Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you, my Lord, the Honorable Chief Judge, for your great service and the awesome work that you continue to do. Congratulations, Your Royal Highness. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much, sir. At this point, Your Excellency, I will beg and crave your indulgence to now invite for his goodwill message, His Royal Highness, the Lamido of Adama, Lamido Dr. Muhammadu Barkindo Aliyu Mustafa, the President Tapita Plaku Worldwide, here today ably represented in his capacity. He speaks in his capacity as the chairman of the Adamawa State Council of Emirs and Chiefs. He is here today ably represented by the Waling Adamawa Alhaji Abdulkadir A. Mbamba as he comes. May I announce the gracious presence, Your Excellency, as His Royal Highness joins me, that the Emir of Dumo, Cameroon, Alhaji Abdurrahman Tijani, just joined us. Your Royal Highness, we welcome you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The representative of His Royal Highness. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, sir, the Executive Governor of Adamawa State, Right Honorable Ahmad Umar Fintri, the ATM Governor, the Fresh Air Governor, Karkadam, forget. And above all, the People's Governor. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Adamawa State, Professor Kalitapa Farauta, the former Governor of Adamawa State, Alhaji Bindo, the former SGF, the Speaker, House of Assembly, sorry, Your Excellency. Today, inshallah, it remains indelible in my memory not to forget the Chief Judge of our dear state, Justice Hafsatu Abdurrahman. Pardon me, ma, the other time I forgot you. In the line of protocol, I understand you are one of the most important person here after His Excellency and the Deputy Governor. Please pardon me for that. The Secretary of Government, Adamawa State, the Chief of Staff, to His Excellency, Dr. Ega, the Honorable Commissioners here present, members of the House of Assembly, Royal Fathers here present. Please let me rely on the already established protocol. Your Excellency, sir, let me convey to you the Lamid of Adamawa's heartfelt well wishes to you and your government for providing all the social amenities to Adamawa State, for transforming our state. I said in the previous coronation, we will not tire of saying that. We will continue saying, when a governor is doing well, it behoves us also to commend and encourage His Excellency to continue doing the good job you are doing, sir. We appreciate you. Our loyalty is with you and your government today, tomorrow, and forever. To the new Emir of Maiha, I have the mandate of His Royal Highness, the Lamid of Adamawa, to implore you to collaborate with your colleagues, to be fair to your people, and of course, your loyalty must be first to the government. And that's the only way that the annexure between government and the traditional institution will be achieved and will be beneficial to all. With this, I will say conclusively that Your Royal Highness, we really appreciate the good job you are doing. We appreciate this particular gesture that you have given to Adamawa State people. And I hope, and I said earlier on, the people will reciprocate. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, the representative of His Royal Highness, the Lamido of Adama, Waling Adama Alhaji Abdul Qadir A. Mbamba. Thank you indeed for bringing the Lamido's address and goodwill. Let me invite the Permanent Secretary Political to please kindly join us on the podium. The Permanent Secretary Political. And now, Your Excellencies, Royal Highnesses, distinguished invited guests, sons and daughters of Maiha local government areas, ladies and gentlemen. We will now welcome our hero, our champion, our victorious warrior, our guardian and defender. He is our brave heart, our lion heart, our iron man, the fearless one, the gallant soldier. And I don't know about you, but to me, he is my avant-garde role model, a shining example in all that is good and perfect, a mentor, an icon, Adamawa's trailblazer, the legend. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, my lords, spiritual and temporal, ladies and gentlemen, let us please rise. Let us all rise as we receive the golden son of Adamawa State, the Grand Master, Mr. Capacity, the champion of justice, our governor, our leader, the Right Honorable Amadou Umaru Fintiri, CON, GSSRS, Governor of Adamawa State, as he brings his remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sit down. The Deputy Governor of Adamawa State, Your Excellency Professor Kaleptapa G. Farauta, the Speaker of the Adamawa State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Wesley Batia, my Lord the CJ, Justice Hafsat Abdurrahman, the Chairman of the Local Organizing Committee, members of the National Assembly that are with us here, of particular to mention is the Senator representing the Northern Zone, Senator Amos Yohana, and the Senator representing the Central Zone, Senator Aminu Iya Abbas. Member of the House of Representatives representing Hong and Gombe, Ambassador James Barker, the former governor of Adamawa State, and my big brother, Senator Mohamed Bindo, our senior brother, the SGF, Barrister Boss Gida Mustafa, former Minister of Health, Dr. Idi Hong, former MD of Nigerian Port Authority, Deputy Speaker and members of the State Assembly, the SSG, the Chief of Staff, the Head of Service, members of the State Executive Council, the Chairman of our great party, and the biggest and the largest party in the Sub-Saharan Africa, the PDP, ever represented, the Chairman of APC, the chairman of the 21 local government, our core members, Your Royal Highnesses, the Lamido of Adamawa, ever represented by the Wali, and the chairman of the councils of emirs of chiefs of Adamawa State, Your Royal Highness, the Emir of Mubi, ever represented by the Madawaki Mubi, Your Royal Highness, Daniel Shaga, OON, PhD, CON, the Hamabachama, Your Royal Highness, Alhamdu Glaston Tenike, MFR, the Hamabata, Your Royal Highness, Mur Adamu Sanda, OON, the Gawari Ganye, Your Royal Highness, Abdullah Isa Dasong, the Amnashaleng, Your Royal Highness, Korea Dishon Dansanda, the Kwandilungudaya, Your Royal Majesty, Bolton Bentley Biabo, the Murumbula, Your Royal Highness, Dr. Ali Dambram, and my own, Deptel Madagali. Your Royal Highness, Ahmadu Sani Ahmadu Ribadu, the Emir of Fufore. Your Royal Highness, Barrister Alheri B. Nyaku, the Tilhuba of Hong. Your Royal Highness, Professor Bulus Luka Gadiga, Mbega Kabichka. Your Royal Highness, Gubo Johnson Dia Metalo, the Gubo Yungur, and Your Royal Highness, Agre Ali Komo of Gombe, our district heads, distinguished invited guests, distinguished sons and daughters of Maiha Emirate. Today we are gathered to mark a truly historic occasion, the installation of Alhaji Ahmadu Sabaru as the first emir of the newly created Maiha Emirate. This significant event is an integral part of the ongoing revitalization of our cherished traditional institution in Adamawa State. This ceremony follows the recent creation of a new emirate and chiefdoms within our state, a testament to our commitment to strengthening local governance and preserving our cultural heritage. We have already witnessed similar celebrations for Fufore, Yungur, and Gombe, and we are eagerly anticipate the upcoming installation for Huba, Madagali, and Michka chiefdoms. Each of these events serves to reinforce the unique cultural heritage and governance structures that define our diverse communities. It is my firm belief that this great and historic occasion is profoundly heartwarming and will undoubtedly bestow blessing upon the people of Maiha, Adamawa State, and all our well-meaning sons and daughters, both at home and abroad. The creation of these emirates and chiefdoms represent a bold move to modernize the traditional institution while simultaneously preserving its cultural significance. These new entities are intended to serve as centers for dispute resolutions, improve control of ungoverned spaces, strengthen social cohesion, and enhance peace, security, and development across the state. By embracing these changes, we are positioning Adamawa as a model for innovation and inclusivity in a pluralistic and multicultural society. We are deeply honored to also have in our mix today distinguished dignitaries representing not only the diverse communities within Adamawa, but also our neighboring chiefdoms and our brothers and sisters from across the borders in Cameroon. Your extreme presence underscores the profound interconnectedness of our communities and serve as a powerful reminder of the importance of fostering strong, collaborative relationships for our mutual benefits and shared posterity. These cross-border connections are vital for regional stability and growth, reflecting a commitment to unity and cooperation that transcends geographical boundaries. It is worth noting that such positive steps towards progress are sometimes received with skepticism and negativity. Change, especially when it involves long-standing traditions and power structures, are often met with resistance. However, this government remains resolute in its commitment to peace and unity. We recognize the constructive criticisms is essential for good governance, but we will not allow baseless accusations and negativity to derail our efforts to build a better Adamawa for all. We therefore stand firmly in our conviction that these reforms, including the creation of new chiefdoms and emirates, represent a progressive steps towards reinforcing the traditional leadership system in Adamawa. By empowering our traditional rulers and recognizing their vital role in community governance, we are fostering growth, encouraging participation, and enhancing peace, security, and neighborhood watch on the rapidly expanding communities in the state. These reforms are not only symbolic, they are designed to create a more inclusive and responsive system of governance that addresses the needs of all our citizens. Against these expectations, there is no going back. We believe that with the increased responsibility and authority conferred upon our traditional leaders comes a corresponding obligation to serve their communities with integrity, compassion, and deep commitment to the common good. Government focuses remains steadfastly on building a brighter future for all, guided by the principle of inclusivity, respect, and sustainable development. I heartily congratulate the people of Maiha over their new emirate. Like the larger Adamawa, Maiha Emirate is also characterized by some remarkable level of cultural diversity. This should be celebrated as a gift from God. Our diversity should be a source of strength, not weakness. Each ethnic group has something positive to contribute to the emirate and Adamawa State as a whole. I'm also aware of this immense economic potential that abound in Maiha. The famous bulam dress that I'm wearing today, which is worn with pride by everyone that can afford it and has been one of the most cherished souvenirs from Adamawa State, is produced here in Maiha. Therefore, the potentials for thriving garment industry here is huge. The proximity of Maiha to commercial town of Mubi and its long border with Cameroon offer huge opportunities for legitimate local and international trade, including tremendous agricultural potentials, especially in livestock and livestock products. To put it mildly, Maiha Emirate is blessed with abundant natural and human resources. At this juncture, I wish to congratulate Alhaji Sabairu Ahmadu on his appointment as the first Emir of Maiha. I am delighted to know that Alhaji Sabairu has had an illustrious career in the civil service, which also means that he is familiar with my administration's policies and programs. I urge the Emir to cultivate inclusivity, equity, fairness, justice in his reign. He must carry everyone along. Whether they are Njanyi, they are Bata, they are Fulani, they are Kanuri, they are Holma, and so on. and must not discriminate on the basis of religion. You must also accord priority to issues of security of lives and property. I also expect that the relationship between Maiha Emirate and government at both local and state level will not only be cordial, but strong. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now with profound joy that I invite Alhaji Ahmadu Sabairu to receive his staff of office as the new Emir of Maiha.
His Royal Highness Alhaji Ahmadu Saibaru Sanda will join His Excellency to receive his staff of office.
Kuna tare da Al-Sa'ad Gundumi, SA Entertainment na gwamnan Gundumi, mai dauke da nambar waya 0803-3636.
Thank you, Your Excellency. His Royal Highness, with his staff of office, the Emir of Maiha, Alhaji Ahmadu Saibaru Sanda. As His Excellency goes to exchange pleasantries with their Royal Highnesses, shortly, not too long, the brand new Emir Ofufore will be of Maiha, I beg your pardon, the brand new Emir of Maiha will be bringing his acceptance speech on this very auspicious and history-making occasion, on this very historic day, the day of his coronation, his presentation with staff of office as the Emir of Maiha. Thank you very much. The Planning Committee, the LOC, I've not forgotten your gift for His Excellency, so you get ready shortly. Afterward, you will be bringing your gift.
Sarki lami da mai sanda gashi nan Ahmadu Saibaru Sanda Allah ya rika ma.
To mu je ku ji tambari na lami dan Maiha.
Emiyan Maiha.
Garin mu yayi sarki ya gagara.
Emiyan Maiha.
Ku bani tambara dai baiti tara. Gangari sina
lami do Ahmadu Saibaru.
Ga gwamna kun ga ya zo.
Emiyan Maiha Saibaru.
Kuti sun ga mun zo Maiha. Saibaru yayi sarki ya gagara. Unity na gwamna aiki muke. Sako na mutari dogo mun ida. Mahaukaci na gwamna na bintiri.
Thank you very much, my lords, your excellencies, your royal highnesses. I now present for his acceptance speech, His Royal Highness, the Emir of Maiha, Alhaji Ahmadu Saibaru Sanda. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Adamawa State, Right Honorable Alhaji Ahmadu Fintiri, CON, Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Adamawa State, Professor Khaled Tapa Farauta, the Honorable Speaker, Adamawa State House of Assembly, representative of the Honorable Minister, Your Excellency, with due respect, may I stand on the already existing protocols for the time factor. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, we thank God for this day. Today is the happiest day in my life. In fact, I lack words to express my joy. Your Excellency, you no doubt contributed my rewriting the history of people of Maiha Emirate, taking into cognizance our rich cultural heritage and cherished values bequeathed to us by our ancestors. For this singular magnanimity, I make bold to say that you came, you saw, and conquered. To this end, it is expedient for me to say here that I am quite aware of enormous responsibilities bestowed on me as the first Emir of Maiha Emirate. Being fully conscious of this responsibility, I want to make it emphatically clear that I will do justice to all manner of people in my domain, irrespective of religious or ethnic affiliation. Your Excellency, sir, you have done quite a lot of ensuring that justice, fairness, and equity is taken to the doorsteps of everyone in the state. With this in mind, I will make it a point of duty to build on this solid foundation that you have already laid down. A few years ago, our communities, particularly Maiha local government area, were among the 7 local government areas that were made epicenter of Boko Haram insurgents, where we lost considerable number of innocent lives and properties worth millions of naira. Today, all this is history. My coronation here will not have been possible if not for the giant strike taken by your able leadership in curbing the menace of insurgents and other forms of criminalities in the state. For this, I say a big thank you to your fresh air governor. Kudos, bravo. On my part, be rest assured that I will do everything humanly possible to ensure that the already existing harmonious relationship among the various ethnic groups within my domain is sustained. It is common knowledge to all that youth and women empowerment has received priority and deserving attention under your stewardship. I want to place on record that thousands of our sons and daughters have benefited from this laudable program. Finally, while reiterating my profound appreciation to His Excellency, the Governor of Adamawa State, Alhaji Ahmadu Umaru Fintiri, the project master, I also want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who in one way or the other contributed toward the success of my coronation as the first Emir of Maiha with that class status. Wishing you journeying masses to your various destinations. Thank you and God bless.
Yau an yi naɗi na babban sarkinmu. Ahmadu Umaru gwamna ya zama gatanmu.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness.
Mun samu sarki ɗan arziki.
Emir Abdul Saibaru Sanda, the Emir of Fufore. Congratulations to you, Your Royal Highness. His Royal Highness Emir of Maiha. Trouble Fufore today. What's happening? His Royal Highness the Emir of Maiha has gone to pay royal homage on His Excellency the Governor, the Deputy Governor, the former Governor, former Secretary to State Government. I honor all of you great sons and daughters of Maiha. Commando Sali Bodes, Dr. Yakubu Suleiman, the Provost, College of Health Technology, Michika, and all of you great people. Da Allah abada hanya. His Royal Highness is paying homage on their Royal Highnesses. His Royal Highness the Emir of Maiha. Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness Amadou Saibaru Sanda, the new and the first Emir of Maiha. Thank you, and thank you very much. Congratulations, sir. By the time His Royal Highness returns to his seat, there will be a short paying of homage. And congratulations, members of the local organizing committee. You've informed me you're also coming to pay homage on His Excellency to show appreciation. Prince Chuaren Abakar and all of the people on that committee, please, can we do that now very quickly, if you may? Allah jazamani me martaba Sarkin Maiha, Allah ja kwana, Allah daɗa darajar sarauta. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Congratulations, and congratulations again and again. Thank you very much, the Honorable Commissioner, Livestock Production and Aquaculture, Adamawa State, Honorable Tijani Maksha Atiku. Please, if you're here, I'm told you're leading that delegation. Can we start that now? His Royal Highness. Oh, okay, I understand. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, and your people. Imba Kushiriaba will go to the next. Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, sir. To be laid, the presentation. Okay, please, can we give them a microphone? Thank you, protocol. Thank you. Honorable Tijani Maksha, Honorable Dauda Pelez, Honorable Alaji Ibrahim Buba, Honorable Chuaren Abakar, Honorable Konko.
Ka nuna mana halarci, ka nuna mutanen Adamawa halarci. Mai girma gwamnan jihar Adamawa, ka kawo mana haɗin kai a Maiha local government, wanda ba zancen addini, ba zancen bambancin siyasa. Ga kura, ga akuya, ga damisa, ga tinkiya. Duk a ɗaki ɗaya ka haɗa su sun zama uba ɗaya uwa ɗaya yau. Mai girma, wannan dabbobin duka sun rikide sun zama dabba ɗaya wanda ake kira furdu. Da zaki, da damisa, da kura, da akuya, da tinkiya sun zama furdu. Abu ɗaya ne kalmanka kawai. Mun gode maka, Allah ya saka da alheri. Manufofinka shine manufofinmu a Maiha. Inda ka dosa, wajen muka dosa a Maiha. Mun ɗauka maka alkawali. Kuma wannan tsakani da Allah.
Honorable Commissioner, ya isa ba dogon magana bane yau. Ai presentation ne. Thank you, sir.
Presentation namu na al'adunmu na Maiha.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, and all the great elders.
Mun
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. How many microphone in? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our distinguished elders of Fufore, of Maya. I'm in trouble today. I'm in trouble, Fufore. Ban san menene Emir Fufore ya zo da shi nan guri yau ba, amma za mu bincika. Your Royal Highness, the Emir of Maya, I apologize. Thank you very much. The good elders of Maya, sons and daughters of Maya, thank you very much. Thank you. An kare, Honorable Konkol, ku yi man aikin gabara, na gode sa. Na gode. Thank you. An gama, ba zan sake ba. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ku ba da hanya daga nan mai martaba Emir of Maiha zai kawo. Thank you. Dala agawa Durbar su ba mu minti ɗaya. Na riga na wasani waziri alkawalin minti ɗayansa a minti biyunsa. While the Durbar, they are still getting ready, in fact. They are not all ready. Sani waziri minti biyunka kafinan Durbar ɗin mai martaba sarkin Maiha su shirya shigowa. Alhaji Bala, thank you very much. Abba Sani waziri wani micro.
Gobala mic, please.
What's it? Hello. Hello. ‘Yan uwa, salamu alaikum. Mazanmu da mata, musulmi duk da kiristan, wayanda suke a wurin nan, assalamu alaikum. Ahmadu Umar Rifintiri, Baba Maraga-Maragan Dutse, ba ka ɗaukuwa sai kallo. Ahmadu Rifintiri, taransifoman ne ba kowa taɓa ka janye jininsa. Ahmadu ikon Allah, yaya gara ta kan yi da dutse, sai dai ta murmura shi ta bai shi ko kuma ta ɓata yawo nata. Haji Ahmadu Umar Rifintiri tun a lokacin gongola, kowa gwamna Adamawa Ahmadu ka goge musu hadda. Ahmadu Umar Gamna, a gaya wa mutanen Saudan, maza da mata, na yi roƙo, tabaraka sarki Allah, ya Allah na roƙe ka, ya Allah a ƙasan nan ka mai da Ahmadu Fintiri bila. Dai in ka yi shugaban ƙasa, wallashi ba sarki ba, mu mutanen Saudan wallashi hasita zai bamu. Ahmadu Umar Gamna, Rabbana ya ba albarka, ka biya ni baka da bashi, na wuzan barkan ku da aiki. Na gaya muku gaskiya, Ahmadu Umar Rifintiri, yau a cikin sarauta da ka bai wa mutanen Maiha,
har mahaukaci ya warke, mahaukaci da Ahmadu Fintiri yau shi ma ya warke, da iya saka babban riga saboda ka mai da shi ya rima. Ina dan Maliki Baura, Sardauna sanni da aiki, ina dan Maliki Baura, ina lawan don Allah, ku kira mini moda, ko bayanan ina neman sa, ina dan Maliki Baura. Don Allah maroƙan sani, ku ba a hankali don Allah, ga wa'yansu ne mini kyauta, wa'yansu na sace mini moni. Na gode dan Maliki Baura, na gode moda, rabbana ya ma albarka, sardaunan dimokuriya diya na gode, sanatoci barkanku da aiki, sanatoci sannunku da fama, sanaton santaral barkanka da aiki, ka biya ni iya abar barkanka da aiki, na gode maka comrade, ka biya ni baka da bashi, rabaran barkanka da aiki, sarakunan Adamawa, da wanda Ahmadu ya tarar da wanda Ahmadu ya ba su yanci, kowa ya tsaya daidai ya rike yancin Adamawa, zaman lafiya muke nema, babu ta da hankali a ƙasar nan. Don Allah ku saura abu za mu bata da kai ba. Na gaya muku gaskiya, ku mutanen Maiha, Allah ya ba ku abu uku kuma mai suna ɗaya, sunan gwamnanku Ahmadu, sarkinku Ahmadu, membanku Ahmadu, don haka kun riƙe Ahmadu, don haka na san kun wuce reni. A gaya wa mutanen Kilba, ku sake shiri don Allah, ku ƙara shiri don Allah, don in na je na a Kilba rannan maganar fa daban ce, za a bani babbar kyauta, binduwa ɗan Jibrila, na gwamna sanni da rana, ɗan siyasa mai albarka, ɗan siyasa mai adalci, ɗan siyasa Ahmadu gwamna, yau Maiha ake yin masarki mai za ka bani domin gwamna. Albarkan binduwa gwamna, yaya take Alhaji Sani, binduwa ya yi bayani, ya kun yi shiru kun kyale. Kai, dala ku nutsu. Ahmadu Umar Fintiri, na gode mafarauta, ba an barkanki da aiki. In tun da kika zo ki ofis, kullum na yi miki kuka, za ki bani domin gwamna. A gaya ma gwamna Bindo, yanzu bani kuka na gida, abinda nake so Bindo, albarkar Ahmadu Fintiri, albarkar mutanen Maiha, don Allah ka bani babbar mota, wanda duk wanda mai buga waka da ke Adamawa bai da kamata.
Hey! 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 Mawakin gwamna, mawakin ATM gwamna, Sanata Bindo ya ce ya baka kyautan mota. Sani, Sanata Bindo Umaru Jibrila ya ce ya baka kyautan mota, kyauta tukunci.
A gaya ma duk 'yan siyasa da ke jihar Adamawa, ku yi hankuri don Allah, ni Allah ya yi jinina, ya haɗa shi da Ahmadu Fintiri, ko Fintiri ya gama gwamna, wanda Fintiri ya ce zai bi ni ma a radi shi zan jona. In har kuma baka da zaɓi Ahmadu Fintiri ni na kyale, kowa ya ci dole mu bi shi. Na gode Ahmadu, sifika sanni da aiki. Ran da na je ni Birnin Hong, gwamna ya yo alkawar. Kai! Hai! Kura uwar kare gwamna Fintiri, 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 kashin gwiwar kura ba lasan karnai ba. Ba za ka daina siyasa ba Ahmadu Fintiri, sai ka zama shugaban kasa Ahmadu Umar Gauna. Wayansu suna yi mun gulma, dan na ce ka zama shugaban kasa, ai kamata dini ta danu, kuma wa ma wajadda, kuma ai kamsin bi kamsin. Ko bature ya yi jawabi, ai ya ce dumi a doyo. Ran da na je Birnin Hong, kai za ka bani babbar kyauta ko ka bani sifika ko ka bani walin Adamawa ko kuma ka bani imalam za in tattara in kai shi gidanmu dan maliki ikon Allah. Mun je cikin ciki sun ce bintiri. An je Abuja ma an ce bintiri. Ainihin ma suna faɗa sun ce bintiri. Na ji mutan kasa suna cewa bintiri. Najeriya tana buƙatar irin ka Ahmadu Gwamna. No nonsense, no crate, no shocking. Alhaji Ahmadu Umar Gwamna. Mai mata ɗaya kamar mata hudu. Mama na Alhaji Lamin Ahmadu Gwamna.
Mun gode, mun gode. Jama'a da Allah ta fa Sani Waziri. Thank you very much. Tani mun gode kwarai da gaske. Kafin mu ci gaba da rarraye gargajiya a yanzu, mai girma sabon sarki zai zo ya Thank you. Za a shigo da dawakai, mai girma sabon sarki zai zo gaida gwamna, zai zo ya da cappa a gaban mai girma gwamnan jihar Adamawa, Right Honorable Ahmad Umaru Fintiri. Sabon sarki, idan an shirya fili domin ku. We'll be taking a mini Durbar now.
And now the next item on the program will be the Durbar. His Royal Highness the Emir of Maiha and his Calvary, his Durbar.
A yanzu dawakan sulke ne suke gaba. Mai girma gwamna wannan dawakai na ƙayatarwa ne ba a hawansu kwalliya ake musu yanda kake gani.
Gubala, take it easy. Allow them take their time. Please take it easy. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Daga nan,
don't rush the beauty of what is going on right now. Don't rush the beauty of that. Let their excellencies, royal highnesses, enjoy this Durbar. Thank you.
Ga shugabannin yaƙi nan suna tafe, sun yi kwalliya suna wucewa ɗaya bayan ɗaya. Hakimai na nan sun hau kan dawakai su ma suna zuwa domin su ba da gaisuwa irin na ban girma ga mai girma gwamnan jihar Adamawa. Suna nan za su ci gaba da yada cappa a gaban gwamna. A hankali muna ganin lema na mai martaba sarkin Maiha, sabon sarki namu yana nan tafe a hankali. A hankali, mai girma ga wani doki nan an rufe shi da lema. Wannan shine backup horse na governor na sarki. Wannan shine doki, spear doki kenan na sarki, shi ma da kansa yana da lema. A yanzu jama'a lokaci yayi, mai girma sabon sarki ya matso ya iso daidai gaban gwamna a wannan lokaci, a inda zai tsaya ya yada cappa a gaban gwamna. Ya iso daidai gare shi a yanzu. Amin sarki. Amin, amin, amin. Mai girma gwamnan jihar Adamawa ya anshi gaisuwa. Mun gode maka kwarai da gaske mai girma da kafa tarihi a wannan ƙasa a yau. Jama'a a karbi addu'a. Amin Modibo. Amin Barkama. Amin Alarene. Amin Minyetti Barkama. Amin, amin. Amin, amin. A yanzu sabon sarki ya yi addu'a na zaman lafiya, ya gode wa gwamna a daidai wannan lokaci zai ci gaba da wucewa.
His Royal Highness, the Emir of Maiha, who has just passed, came before His Excellency the Governor, stopped over, made prayers for His Excellency, for the state as a whole, for his domain, Maiha Emirate, and has passed together with his people as the Durbar continues to make their passage. We thank you, and thank you so very much indeed. Thank you.
mun gode. A yanzu mun zo ƙarshen wannan ƙaramar daba da aka zo aka wuce. Mun gode, dawakan nan sun yi kyau sosai. Mai girma gwamna yana godiya. A wannan lokaci za mu ci gaba da ɗaukar rairayin gargajiya. Yanzu za mu gayyaci Lakaune Bata Dancers domin su zo su gaida gwamna na minti biyu. Lakaune Bata masu rawan gargajiya.
The effort is just to have all of the other traditional dancing groups that came to grace this occasion to pay homage on His Royal Highness and to pay respects on His Excellency. We'll give them just 1 minute as they dance and pass. As they dance and make their passage, we'll start with the Lakaune, the Bata dancers. Maiha is one great local government area that has all kinds of people, and the people, the Bata people, are very well represented here in Maiha local government area. Please give them a microphone. Give them a microphone quickly. Protocol, give them a microphone quickly. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
La bilota vidayo, ajima wane damde na mi ajango Diego. La bilota vidayo, wane na dambo mi ajango Diego. La bilota vidayo, wane damde na mi ajango Diego. La bilota vidayo, ajima wane damde na mi ajango Diego. Amanda vida, mawane na na mo ajango Diego. Governor Vindili de bagi mawane damde na mi ajango Diego.
The Lakaune dancers. They said apart from the Gangwari, they are inviting every chamber man here apart from Gangwari. Every Mumuye man, every Fali man to come and join their bosses.
Domin ya fito ya shiga wannan rawa na masu gida.
Honorable Member Maiha, Honorable Bero.
Lena jiratu anuayo ma jiratu bagola ye jatu na wa jiratu bayakda. Lega na plaje mama nu wale midiga omnego. Lega na plaje mama nu wale midiga omne. Lega jala plaje awe tu wale midiga omne. La candela blaja we to go le bigamde. Aniona bablaja we to go le bigamde. La candela blaja banda to go le bigamde.
Yawa Alhaji Uba dan Arewa.
La candela blaja we to go le bigamde. La candela blaja banda to go le bigamde.
Welcome back from the live telecast. We'll now continue with our regular programs. Stay tuned. At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello everyone, thanks for joining us on TVC News this hour. I am Nifemi Oguntoye. We'll begin with breaking news from Ekiti State, where the magistrate court sitting in Ado-Ekiti moments ago struck out defamation charges filed by the police against rights activist Dele Farotimi at the instance of Afe Babalola. The Nigeria police filed the charges after receiving Mr. Babalola's petition accusing Mr. Farotimi of defaming him in December last year. Chief Magistrate Abayomi Adeosun struck out the case following requests by police prosecutor Samson Usubu that the nominal complainant, Afe Babalola, had agreed to discontinue the suit. Counsel to Farotimi, Kembi Adejari, confirmed they were served with a notice of discontinuation and the defense legal team has agreed.
The case was struck out based on the application of the prosecution. But I said they have just removed the chain. They brought the chain, they removed the chain. Why should we complain? Now, when a court makes an order in a pending case, and then the pending case is either struck out or dismissed, every order made pursuant to that case is also struck out and dismissed. So if the order was made pursuant to this case, then that order is no longer existing.
Now, a former Chief Executive Officer of First Bank, Bisi Onosoya, and a former board member of Honorwell PLC, Soji Akintayo, are presently at the Federal High Court, Lagos, for a scheduled arraignment over an 12.3 billion naira fraud charge. Justice Chukwuejeku Aneke is presiding over the hearing. The first defendant, a former chairman of First Bank of Nigeria Holdings, Oba Otudeko, is absent. His lead counsel, Wale Olanipekun San, told the court that Mr. Otudeko traveled legitimately to London on health grounds on the 16th of January. He's also challenging the legality of the charge and wants the court to hear and determine his preliminary objection first before his client can put in the dock to take his plea. The other defendants have similar applications, but the EFCC's lead counsel, Rotimi Oyedepo San, asked the court to discontinue any attempt to delay the criminal proceedings in the spirit of extant laws, including the Administration of Criminal Justice Act of 2015. The 13-count charge filed on the 16th of January alleged that the defendants made, altered, and forged documents to deceive the First Bank. For more on this, I'm joined by correspondent Kemi Foladiemo, who joins me from the court. Walk us through the details of what transpired today, Kemi.
Hello, Kemi. So we just ended hearing here. The hearing, in essence, between the four defendants just ended. However, as you rightly mentioned, two of the defendants were in court. The other defendant in the company said to be owned by Oba Otudeko, and the first defendant in the person of Mr. Otudeko were not represented, were not in court. However, all defendants were represented by their counsel. The matter has now been adjourned to March the 17th for the court to give a ruling on whether all defendants will take their plea or if their applications seeking various reliefs by the court will be heard first. And when I talk about various reliefs by the court, the defense is essentially asking that they shouldn't take their plea yet, even though Mr. Onosoya, who is the second defendant, and Mr. Soji Akintayo, who is the fourth defendant, were here in court. The court was kind of stopped in arraigning them because this is a charge involving four defendants. Two weren't in court, two were in court. And those two that were in court have applications through their counsel. Some of them are challenging the legality of the charges. Some of them are saying this is a purely civil proceeding and not criminal, as the EFCC is pursuing. And so it remains to be seen how the court will determine. Like I said, the court has given a date now for March the 17th to rule on whether to hear those applications first or whether to have all the four defendants arraigned. It also turned out to be an interesting day in court regarding whether Oba Otudeko will come to court to face the charges that have been leveled against him by the EFCC. His lawyer robustly made a case on why Mr. Otudeko was not in court. He says he's in the UK now as an outpatient. The medical or the ailment wasn't disclosed, but he was about to disclose what the 82-year-old is suffering from. But he said he has series of adjournments, series of dates with his consultant, and that's why he cannot come to court. But the court said this is a criminal charge, and he cannot stay in the UK forever. It will be in the interest of justice for him to come to court to answer to these charges leveled against him by the EFCC. The EFCC wanted the court to compel his attendance at the next hearing, but the court said it will not do so, but will wait until the 17th of March to determine whether indeed Otudeko will come to court to be arraigned.
Kemi Folade, more live for us from the Federal High Court in Lagos. Thanks for the update there. Away from the court, the Force Public Relations Officer, Muyiwa Adejobi, has reacted to the alleged missing firearms within the police force. ACP Adejobi was a guest on Beyond 100 Days last night, where he said 3,900 ammunition reportedly missing by the Senate Public Accounts Committee isn't missing, so to speak, but unaccounted for, as reported in the media. The lawmakers, during a review of the Auditor General's report, were informed of 8 infractions recorded against the police, including contract irregularities totaling 1.136 billion naira.
Auditor General did not say missing hands in the report. He said 3,900 plus unaccounted for. Unaccounted for is different from missing. So I know these regularities have come, and that's why when they had the first sitting yesterday, they adjourned till I think till Monday or whatever. I know there's adjournment, and the police will give police enough time to go and prepare, come up with documents to show. The police had already responded to this audit query from the Office of the Auditor General. But let me specifically speak to the issue of the missing hands because it's of importance for us, so that we will not go and push out unnecessary fears in the minds of Nigerians. We will not paint Nigerian nation unsafe in the face of the global community. Every year we have reports of internal audit of armories, and statutorily by the provisions of the police regulations, the Assistant Commissioner of Police Operations of every command is mandated to audit armories on a regular basis. So we always have this. We are shocked to have this figure. The police has never lost any 3,900 plus harms.
Force PRO Muyiwa Adejobi there. Elsewhere, the Department of State Services is asking Nigerians to have a change of attitude towards security and intelligence organizations. The security agency says when officials are seen as friends and given credible intelligence, security will improve. Director General of the Department of State Services, Oluwatoyin Ajayi, said this while delivering the 2025 Distinguished Personality Lecture of the Center for Peace and Strategic Studies, University of Ilorin. Represented by its Deputy Patrick Inewe, the DSSDG appealed to Nigerians to checkmate their attitude as this impacts on the quality and quantity of service of intelligence received. He identified some of the traditional threats to national security to include sabotage, subversion, and espionage, with terrorism and insurgency being the most common and dangerous in recent times.
The interventions are not limited to kinetic operations, as the service has robust non-kinetic strategies which have helped in stabilizing communities impacted either by ethno-religious crisis or farmer herders hostilities, among others. The present situation where security and intelligence organizations are looked upon as fiends rather than friends must be checkmated, as it affects the quality and quantity of intelligence produced and by extension impact peace, building and national integration.
The narrative in the Northeast, the narrative in the Northwest is no longer the same. And it is because of the very wonderful job that DSS is doing that we are witnessing this development.
All these that we are doing, it is in furtherance of the vision 110,500 of our amiable Vice Chancellor to attend the statement, the vision statement of the university to be an international center for excellence in learning, research, probity, and service to humanity.
Now it's good news for the management, staff and students of the University College Hospital in Ibadan, where after about 4 months of total blackout, electricity has finally been restored to the hospital. TVC News learned from a source at the hospital that power supply was finally restored around 6 p.m. on Wednesday to the clinical areas alone, while residential and commercial areas were left out. This development is coming after the intervention of the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, on the matter a few days ago, leading to Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company agreeing to reconnect power to the hospital. Here in Lagos, Minister of Education Tunji Alausa earlier today made a surprise visit to King's College, and what he found was quite eye-opening. When he arrived at 8 a.m., students were still in their underwear and housewear, while most teachers were nowhere to be found. Apparently, the school was gearing up for an inter-house sports day, which explained the relaxed atmosphere. But the minister's main concern was the state of the school's infrastructure, particularly the hostels, the classrooms, and the CBT hall. He was shocked to see cracks in the walls of the building, and the minister told the principal it was dangerous for students to use the hall for lectures and examination. He also ordered an on-the-site intervention to address the issue, instructing the executive secretary to assemble a needs assessment team to identify areas that require improvement. Today's visit to King's College is the minister's second visit to a unity school in 3 months, and it's to enhance the quality of education and create a more conducive learning environment for students. We'll be back with more stories right after this break. Stay with us.
Years, Abuja Markets Management Limited, AMML, has transformed market spaces in the FCT, creating clean, safe, and efficient environments for businesses to thrive. From facility management to security and sanitation, we ensure markets operate seamlessly. We empower businesses by providing well-maintained spaces that foster economic growth. To mark this milestone, we're giving back with a medical outreach and welfare program, bringing healthcare to our communities. We also promote unity through sports. Be part of the excitement at the football tournament finals. We celebrate excellence at the Gala and Award Night, honoring those shaping AMML's success. Join us from 12th to 14th of February 2025 as we celebrate 20. AMML, we deliver value. Proudly sponsored by
You're watching the news at midday. The European Union has indicated interest to partner the Enugu State government in renewable energy, education, security, and other areas of public benefits. And this came to the fore as the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, led by the head of corporation, met with the state government in Enugu. Senior reporter Babdeli Ajayi has more.
The poor or epileptic power supply is no doubt contributing to dwindling production capacity of Nigeria's GDP. It affects production proficiency, with most businesses struggling to bridge a gap by providing alternative power supply that also affect their profit margin. With the deepening effort to improve the state energy supply, Enugu State government deregulated the power sector that gives private individuals the ability to invest in the state power system. These delegation of European Union and ECOWAS enumerate the level of involvement they intend to invest.
And innovative arrangements with the Enugu distribution company to supply big consumers, to ensure 24-hour supply to especially industrial consumers, which is really something very exciting that we have launched recently in Kaduna, and we are trying to duplicate here in Enugu.
The host governor commended the European Union partners for their interest in the state education and health sectors. He highlighted the huge investment in the provision of basic amenities, especially in the two cities smart green schools and type 2 hospitals.
maybe even exploring other new areas, whether it's, as I mentioned, we're also interested in renewable energy source. We are the Solar for Health program that we're hoping to work with EU to execute.
Head of the delegation underscores the potential benefit that will accrue to the partnership.
That also means that the solar installations that we are building should not only serve the health center, but also the ecosystem. Let's say if there are shops around the primary health center or other facilities that can use the power, they should join that system, but of course with a contribution.
The European Union is also willing to enhance the living standard of the youth, provide renewable energy within the health facilities for efficient service delivery. Bamejele Ajayi, TVC News Enugu.
We now bring you live coverage of an ongoing colloquium on education and school acquisition in Nasarawa State. The news continues on other platforms. Don't go away. Let's turn to Cross River, where Governor Basi Otu has commended his Bayelsa State counterpart Doyo Diri for making judicious use of the revenues from the Federation allocation by constructing quality good roads. Governor Otu gave this commendation at the inauguration of road projects in Yenagua. Joseph Konde has more.
Must acknowledge the importance of this opportunity in front of you, because we have no other option but to leverage skills, to leverage the capabilities to make a difference to our lives and come up with solutions that add value not just to our state, but to our nation and to the world. Like I say, a lot of the questions are tough, and sometimes they're not easy to answer. But when example is shown from the very top, to believe in one's self, to change the narrative, that is not about what happens outside you, it's about what happens in you. You can actually get up and make a difference to your lives. A lot of the people who are successful around the world are successful because they decided to get up, grab the opportunities in front of them, and run with them. So in Nasarawa State, great things are happening, and God willing, great things will continue to happen because leadership has shown that, and you can feel the energy, the vibes in the state too, that great things are happening, and that this is a special place to be. And looking forward to continue to be part of this, to be part of an environment where things will continue to happen in the most exciting manner. So we're headed towards the questions and answer session, and I look forward to getting some very interesting questions from the hall. But once again, I'm really excited to be here today. I'm really excited to be part of something much bigger than I am.
Can we give them a rousing round of applause? Thank you so very much. Our guest speaker for the maiden edition of the Engineer A.A. Sule Colloquium, and he has spoken very lucidly, very deeply about enhancing education through skills acquisition. We will get the text of the paper he has presented because he spoke to his experience so that you can actually reflect and digest everything that he has said. And beyond that, remember the message in what he has said. especially for all of us and for those who are aspiring to become like him. Believe in yourself. Believe in your leader, His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule, and leverage on acquiring skills. We will take a few comments. There's been a slight adjustment. We'll take 3 comments, one from the Chief Executive, the MD of the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, who will speak to us briefly and just give us his comments, and we'll also take from the Rector of the Polytechnic, from the University and then the Polytechnic, and after that we'll take a few questions, Q&A. So I'd like to invite Mr. Akintunde Sawyer to kindly come up and just say a word or two. What we have listened to and the pearls of wisdom we have gleaned from the paper from Jelani Aliyu is such that you need to dissect and digest and really reflect upon all of what he has said, because he has keenly spoken about every step of the way, how with one step, you can actually reach 1,000 miles. Thank you so very much, sir.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, the Secretary to the State Government, other dignitaries here present. It's a great honor for me to be holding the microphone and to have the opportunity to make a couple of comments about how inspired I am by what I'm seeing here today and what I've heard here this morning. I completely concur, and I had the privilege of meeting His Excellency the Governor a couple of weeks ago, and he told me his story and his journey, and it affected me greatly. It's now been added to by Mr. Jelani Aliyu's presentation, which confirms to me that even I am on the right track in terms of my thinking. Everything begins with a thought. The piece of land on which this auditorium is built originated as an idea in the mind of a person. What happened next was, what were they going to do with this piece of land? Perhaps some clearing, perhaps a structure of some sort. And from there on, the thoughts of man has led to this moment where we are today. And those thoughts are very practical, because we're sitting in a building. Very practical thoughts that have translated to where we are. Every single one of us here today has different thoughts about the experience we're having. Some of us are having ideas about what we want to do next. But a thought doesn't go anywhere unless it's put into action. And I think the key thing about vocational skills is that it actually is the actionable part of the thoughts that we have. It's not theoretical, and even if when it starts as theory, it translates into practical things. Ladies and gentlemen, I am excited to be part of this. I am incredibly enthusiastic about the future of this country. The word technology is used a heck of a lot. A hammer and a chisel is technology, but it progresses. Today we see the sort of technology that is leapfrogging and causing all kinds of disruptions in the way people do things. I'll speak to education very quickly. What is education? Education isn't just the acquisition of knowledge, it's also the exposure that we don't know as much as we could. So what education gives us is the opportunity to continue to question ourselves and to continue to question the things around us in order to be able to improve them. So with these few comments, I want to just congratulate His Excellency on this program today and for selecting an incredibly practical speaker, special guest, to come and really talk to us about his own journey, what he's done, and to emphasize that every single thing that we do begins in our mind. Even the negative things we do begin in our minds. So we need to employ our minds to the fact that this country can be the greatest nation on earth. He used the example of Japan. After the devastating war that they went through, 2 nuclear bombs, Nagasaki and Hiroshima, they came out of that. And today, we can't do without their cars. Toyotas are everywhere. It's even listed as the first product that must be bought by some government agencies. That's a country that was devastated in war. We're nowhere near that. We have the opportunity today to turn this great country into the greatest country on the planet. I thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to partnering with the state in taking this nation forward. Nasarawa State is the best. I love it here. I love it here. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, sir. The Chief Executive, NEL Fund, thank you so very much, Mr. Sawyer. I'd now like to invite Professor Kucha, Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Goody, on behalf of the Nasarawa State University, to come and say a word or two. So much to take back home with you, because I recall what Jelani Ali was saying, that all through his years in General Motors, every year, every day, every month, no expo, no leakage, the people didn't ask him for a certificate. And I really was wondering to myself how that is really. They didn't ask him for his certificate, yet he brought so much to the table. Something to really reflect about. Professor Kucha, sir.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Nasarawa State, all other protocols duly observed. I'm speaking here representing the Vice Chancellor of the University, and also for myself as an engineer, who's the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Nasarawa State University. When we received the invitation, and I saw the topic, and also saw the keynote speaker, and that's our brother here. And I said, wow, we've had it all. This is somebody I've listened to before, and I know he will deliver. And today, you all agree with me that he has delivered on the topic. Thank you very much, Prof. I want to say this for our governor. There is a Faculty of Engineering at Goody Campus. We have a workshop, a central engineering workshop. That workshop has the state-of-the-art equipment. That is to tell you that Your Excellency has come to really tell us that, yes, it is good to acquire skills. Because in that workshop, we are going to teach the students the skills that they need. It's not just in the classrooms. So, Your Excellency, the young engineers are proud of you. The old engineers are also proud of you. And I want to say that I am proud of you. Because when I came in and I saw that workshop, and I said, okay, now, because when we were in the university studying, years back, things were not what we see today. Because we are all talking about, you must go out there and fend for yourselves. Our engineers, I see some of them are still looking for jobs because they cannot fend for themselves. Mr. Speaker, you have said it all, that when you come in to study, you should study and then study for the future. Study for yourself and then study for the country. And the only way to do it is to acquire extra skills. That is what is lacking. The NUC has modified the curricula in our universities now. And the emphasis is on skill development. The emphasis is on skill. And so we are taking it from there, that we must impact on these students these skills so that they will go out there and be useful to themselves and be useful to the society. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of the National State University, we want to appreciate you for inviting us to this occasion. We thank you. I will take our words back to her. Yes, we have come, we have seen, and this is it. Thank you very much.
Professor Kuchen, the Dean, School of Engineering, National State University in Goodwill. Can we give him a rousing round of applause, please? I'd now like to invite Dr. Nuruddin Mefata, the rector of the Isa Mustafa Awe Polytechnic here in Lafia. After his comments, we will quickly take some questions before I invite His Excellency to present his statement.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, Engineer Aviation, the one whom the entire state are very pleased and at ease with his style of leadership. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Nasarawa State, Dr. Emmanuel Akabe, our very eloquent and outspoken guest lecturer, Mr. Jelani Aliyu, a global household name in automobile design industry. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to stand here on behalf of the management staff and students of Isa Mustafa Awe, the First Polytechnic Lafia, to say a word or two. Your Excellency, it may interest you to know that the entire Polytechnic are here. Management are here, the immediate past rector is here. I have deans and directors, heads of departments of mechanical, civil, electrical, autotronics, mechatronics, welding and fabrication, renewable energy, computer engineering, and over 100 students are all here to witness this very august occasion. Your Excellency, we are highly elated and we are so excited with the support you have been giving to the technical institution in the state. There are no time that the technical institution will put a request to His Excellency without you granting that request. Today, we are here and we have learned a lot in this impactful and insightful lecture delivered by a global renowned automobile designer, Jelani Ali. Your Excellency, I want to appeal that Isa Mustafa Awe, the First Polytechnic Lafia, is the only institution in the state with a department of autotronics engineering tech and mechatronics engineering tech. Autotronic engineering tech is a relevant discipline of our guest lecturer. And our guest lecturer is well connected globally in this aspect. In our institution, we have workshops and laboratories with equipment, state-of-the-art equipment. But we need the expertise and networking of our guest lecturer to train our staff and our students. I would also like to use this opportunity to appeal to our guest lecturer to please kindly use your connection at the body so that the institution can have a collaboration in these two disciplines, where in the next few years, if most of our First Polytechnic will be a center of excellence in autotronics and mechatronics engineering. These are the only way that we can achieve your vision, Your Excellency, of ensuring skills, training, and development in our dear state. I sincerely want to appreciate this opportunity given to me. But before I take my seat, I have a question that I want to ask our guest lecturer. I might not be opportune to ask questions during the questions and answers. Our able distinguished guest lecturers, we are in a contemporary society today where we are having a disruptive technology. We have the AI, we have the machine learning, we have the robotic technology. You are an automobile designer. Today we have AI app that can do all the design. We have the robots that can perform the functions. We are experiencing that in our academic institutions, where you give assignment to students, they only go to the app and generate everything and submit to you without putting any effort. And not only at the diploma, HND or degree level, including the PhD level, where students can go to any of the ChatGPT and generate a complete thesis. You want to check the plagiarism, they now move it to Grammarly and it will paraphrase it. You want to check the in-text citation or the references, they move it to Perplexity AI and it reference and cite in in-text citation. And they will now submit it to you for certification. And it is very difficult to determine this. And this is equally affecting our student cognitive ability. So when this is affecting our student cognitive ability, how are they going to perform in the next competitive and challenging environment with this disruptive technology? This is my question. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Dr. Nuruddin Mefata, his name is very distinct. His name is not Oliver Twist. I know of somebody called Oliver Twist that when you tell him to speak, he will speak, and then he will add a question to it because he would want something a little bit extra. But Jelani Aliyu is a patriot. He moved all the way from Qatar to come to Lafia without asking for anything. So I'm sure out of the depth of his love for this nation and for Nasarawa State, he would oblige and consult. I think that is consultancy we're asking for right now. Your Excellency, at this point, we would briefly go to the questions and answers. We might take, okay, while the older talk, I'm seeing Kukuma Manyan, I thought Zampara the Gabani. So we have noticed two here. Students, okay, there's one back there, the young lady. Yes, stand up. Come. And this young man, come. So we can balance it with the rector. So we have four, then we'll take yours, Doctor, the two of you. We'll just take yours as well. So we have just four. We began by saying that there's a clear difference between dream and vision, that His Excellency had clear, actionable plans and blueprint to lead us to this particular day. So it is not by coincidence or by accident you know, or some colliding of some stars that has brought this. Come and ask your questions, please. Come over. Come over. We have some students, and then we'll go to them. Ask your question to the guest speaker.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm standing on existing protocol. My question is short and simple, much more direct. We are getting, kind of like Nasarawa State is one of the states that the youth are gaining skills in a fast way due to the influence of the government and also the number of institutions. My question is a very short one. Beyond the skill and acquisition, that's beyond the education and skill acquisition, what are the things those individuals, the state government, and by extension federal government do to promote the utilization of those skills, which at the end of the day will translate to a message that will which by extension it would translate to a message to upcoming generation to opt for skill acquisition. Thank you very much. Okay, Sulaiman Hamza Abdulwahab. I'm working with Nottingham Trent University, UK as research associate. I'm also working with Covenant University as research associate. I worked for 2 years with Nasarawa State University as a research associate as well, Department of Computer Science. Thank you.
Thank you. Second question.
Okay. Good morning once more. I stand on the existing protocol. The first question is that, what will the guest speaker advise the government of the state? Because we noticed that they buy Toyota instead of General Motors. So that, how can it advise the state so that maybe we'll go into partnership? Thank you very much. And my second question, we have noticed that we are globally. How can we connect to this great man so that we can follow his footsteps? Because I can see the Benjamin Franklin of our generation, which is life and direct. Thank you very much. I so submit.
Okay. I think you asked the guest speaker, sir. I hope you heard him about whether we should buy made in Nigeria. I think made in Nigerian cars or something. I think maybe that's exactly what he's talking about.
Good day, everyone. I am standing on existing protocol. My name is Rhoda, and I am a recent graduate of Agricultural and Bioresource Engineering and a young engineer of the state myself. Mr. Jelani, you have delivered a very brilliant speech and an inspiring one. And my question is this: what would your advice be to young engineers, or let's say recent graduates that have recently gained a skill or acquired a certification? What would your advice be on how to find mentors or guidance to bring their vision or idea, the one that is technological, to life, especially in a situation where such kind of thing has not come to be before? So for me, I have ideas, but right now, what would your advice be to find the right kind of mentors or guide to bring my ideas to life? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, yes. About the time. So the questions are noted. We would kindly take just these two last questions. Then,
Your Excellency, the engineer that presented this paper, we are very happy. You are coming to the state to deliver this paper is a morale booster. I have one simple question to ask that is bothering me, and you touch it in your presentation. You see, in a general setting, if you go for an interview or in your CV, they will specifically say you have to provide your educational qualification. Educational qualification is very, very important in writing CV. And in your presentation, you rightly said that
certificate is not very important, which is true. Nigeria places so much emphasis on certificate, and that is why even the parents today, they ate their word in examination malpractice because too much emphasis is on certificate. So in your own stand, how do you think Nigeria would do in order to de-emphasize the issue of paper certificate and, if possible, expunge educational qualification in our CV and replace it with skill set? This is because, from my own personal experience, I was fortunate to school in Singapore and South Korea. In that place, emphasis are not in certificates, but rather on skill. In Nigeria, skill is suffering a lot of setback because of the historical connections with technical vocational education. In those days, when you are learning a skill, you will be seen as somebody that is academically backward in the classroom. And historically, in those days, when you perform something that is not accepted in the society and you are thrown into prison, before you come out of prison, you will be asked to acquire a skill so that when you come out, you become relevant. So that wrong perception continues to be in the psyche of Nigerians. And that is why today, even the parents, including the youth, they find it difficult to actually learn this very important aspect of education. So the issue of sensitization comes to play. So I want us to advise Nigerians on exactly what we will do in order to ensure that we de-emphasize the issue of paper qualification, and we also change the psyche of Nigerians to embrace technical and vocational education that is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. The Executive Director of the Wing Commander, Abdullah Ibrahim Vocational and Technology Institute. The General Manager of the Water Board. This will be the last question we will take before we beckon on the guest speaker to respond, and after which the program is almost rounding up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Excellency, Deputy Governor of Nasarawa State, and the Deputy. Then the guest speaker, who is a constructive engineer, I'm an administrative engineer. I'm Dr. Kana Ahmed Abubakar, a fellow of Nigerian Miners and Sciences Society. I think this topic is apt coming to a state that is being coined home of solid mineral. And all your paper that you have presented, I've listened keenly, and all other contributors. Why I came to this podium is that incidentally all this discussion is coming up because recently I was among the UNESCO sponsored with the Committee of Vice Chancellors in Nigeria, led by Professor Chefu, to St. Katerina University to discuss on this what we're discussing today. And the whole thing is to change, and I'm glad people from the academia, headship of academia are here, is to change their psyche. What we concluded in St. Petersburg is, with the Vice Chancellors, is that we should have parallel certificates. Now, you should have a BSc academic, BSc professional, master's academic professional. So at least Dr. Uga will have solved that problem. That is what is on as we speak. Committee of Vice Chancellors have a meeting in Abuja currently as we speak. And these are the kind of things. And what one of the speakers talked about, changing the curriculum, that Professor Kucha, there is what we call the CC marks now. So now, my own question to you, as an extractive engineer, I'm an extractive engineer, I'm a manager scientist. Now, how do you link from where we are now, from science to technology? Because that has been the missing link. We have a lot of scientists, a lot of professors, but there has not been linked to technology. That is the question. Then the second one is issue of professionalism. And then this, the Wing Commander Abdullah Ibrahim Vocational Center could serve as a mining hub for spare parts, because we bring a lot of equipment now. His Excellency just came back from China. Most of these equipment we brought here, they will need spare parts. I think there's a need to clear sort of a relationship with those mining sector, so that spare parts will be fabricated in those areas, and it will also serve as an alternative to the IGR of the state. I think at this point, I wouldn't want to bother much with questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. I would now invite the guest speaker to please respond.
These are some very, very interesting questions. The very first one, I believe, has to do with AI, artificial intelligence. You know, like I mentioned earlier, we have to leverage technology that understands us and is for us. Not just to go into AI or any other advanced technology because that is what's happening around the world. No. It's all about how do we evolve our ways of living to be even better. So the question with AI, as we all know, it needs quite a lot of money, hundreds if not billions of dollars to train it, right? You got to train it. You have the system that you have to feed information into. And where did that information primarily come from? It came from a lot of research, a lot of work that humans did. So AI, I believe, is basically, you know, leveraging off the intellectual capacity of humans. So what we need to do as Nigerians is to build a lot of that capacity. Nigerians who are good with AI, who can train AI. And then at the end of the day, the question for AI that we should have is, okay, how can AI make bread come down to 50 kobo? How can AI make AI affordable for a person living in the village with no access to cell phones? That is what it's all about. If we're talking about highly advanced technology, how does it benefit us? It's not just a big show. So we need massive investment in AI education. And then how does that AI make our lives better? How does AI enable a vehicle that would be probably just, as we speak now, maybe let's say 500,000 naira? These are the real questions that I said are hard to ask, but we have to ask them. It's all about how would AI make Nigeria better? The second question was, I think, I'm not sure if I heard correctly, Toyota, why not GM? There are many companies around the world, many companies in Nigeria that have vehicles that would add value to every nook and corner. Number three, how do you bring ideas to life? There's a young lady who asks about an idea she has and how does she take it into reality. Well, it's all about a problem. Does this idea that you have, is it solving a problem that people are facing? Is it solving a problem that when you wake up in the morning, that's what you're facing, or during the day? If it is, then you have a winner. You know, like they say in industrial design, when you design the perfect mousetrap, it boils down to the product or idea that you have. If it's good for the people, then all you have to do is find a way to get it to the people. So work on your idea and make sure it really solves a problem. If you can't push it by yourself, work within a team. You're an engineer, get on your team, maybe you know, marketers, other engineers, of course, management staff who are good with money and financing. So you build a team that will push your idea forward. The fourth question is interview through the door. Interview through the door, okay. I think it has to do with the fact that I said GM did not ask for my certificate. No, they didn't. But now let's look at what GM was and what GM is. GM is an automotive company, and their sole purpose is to produce vehicles and sell more of them than their competition does, so that they generate revenue, pay their expenses, and their investors. So they need people who will come in and help them do that. They have an objective to make money. So the school I went to, GM just didn't come at the end of everything. They sort of tracked people. They came in every now and then and saw who was doing what, who was designing what. So when those people graduated, they knew who to sort of go after. It's going to be pretty difficult in Nigeria to say even when you go for an interview, you shouldn't show your certificate. I don't think that is possible or feasible. But what is important is that certificate must be supported by an actual maybe a project or a thesis that particular student sort of developed. So we can't overnight say forget about certificates. No, we need those certificates. You have to go to school. But then it's not what's on the paper that's important, but what you learn in your mind. Science to professionalism. I'm not sure I quite understood that question, but how does a lot of probably research turn into professionalism? Like I said, at the end of the day, it's all about solutions. If you come up with a solution, whether you're in a polytechnic or university, if that solution will add value to people, then you should work with investors and other decision makers to bring it to the market so that it does add value to people. Spare parts, great idea, great idea. I think there are many types of spare parts, from the simplest to the most sophisticated, that really can find a home in Nasarawa to be produced. There's incredible natural resources that could be leveraged and developed to build those spare parts, and the state happens to be right in the center of the country and can serve the incredible market of Nigeria and West Africa. Thank you.
Can we give our guest speaker a rousing round of applause? Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Jelani. Thank you so very much, Jelani. At this point, as we make way to invite His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule, we would like the young engineers, I think the three of them, to please come because they would be here. There is a gift, a special innovative gift which they said they had to give His Excellency, but they can't present it to His Excellency by themselves. They would like that the guest speaker be the one to present the, yes, I think this is it. All right. At this point, Your Excellency, we would like to invite His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule, to kindly come up to the stage for the guest speaker to now do the formal presentation. His Excellency, the guest speaker will say, as somebody who is used to crafts and meaning, here is Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule climbing steps, so he would say a word or two and hand it over to the governor.
Your Excellency, on behalf of the young engineers of Nasarawa State, whom in you they see great inspiration and an astounding leader, I'm honored to hand and present this gift to you, Your Excellency.
The gift is symbolic of a leader who came to Nasarawa State, is climbing steps to change both the destiny and the fortunes of the state in, well, what you might call structural engineering architecture. So it's from the young engineers, and we thank you so very much. At this point, you may, thank you, you can vacate the stage. Thank you very much. His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule has been meticulous from the minute he consistently for 5 years raised the budget of the state in education beyond and above the UN benchmark, and of course trying to transform, which he has done, the Polytechnic from being a monotechnic to what it has become, a real Polytechnic, to the support he gave to the Faculty of Engineering to make sure we do have a viable, very strong Faculty of Engineering in the Nasarawa State University, and of course to making sure that we have the world-class Wing Commander Abdullahi Ibrahim Vocational and Technology Institute, and upgrading all of our relevant technology institutes around the state, and for even trying to make sure he harnesses the College of Agriculture to become full-fledged, broad-based College of Agriculture, Science and Technology. So much he has put into skills acquisition, so much he has put into policy, so much he has put into budget, so much he has put into making sure that our people embrace skills, skills and skills. It's my singular honor and privilege to invite His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, to now present his remarks at this colloquium.
Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Nasarawa State, Dr. Emmanuel Akabe, my dear brother, the guest speaker, Jelani Aliu MFR, the Secretary to the State Government, Permanent Secretaries, the MD of NELFund, Mr. Akintude Sawyer, CEOs of board and parastatals who are here, heads of tertiary institutions and former heads of tertiary institutions who are here, former political office holders. The initiator of this colloquium, Engineer Rajab Kabir Wagiri, and all your other fellow young engineers who were here with you, our dear participants and various students that are here, distinguished invited guests, distinguished members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I think at this moment, let me first show great appreciation to Engineer Wagiri as well as the young engineers for coming up with this idea, which was supposed actually to be held during my birthday. But unfortunately, I was not around, and they kept moving the goalpost. And my dear brother, Jelani Aliu, continued to move with the goalpost like them until we were able to arrive today. But you can see so many people that probably will not have been present if we have had the event earlier are today present to be part of this event, and I'm happy that you continue to agree on that. Let me thank everyone, especially our dear students and the heads of faculties for actually leading you here. The whole program is about you. It's about you listening to someone who was once like you and who actually grew up in a place that some of you actually growing bigger than those places at that time. And today, because he have excelled, and we are always happy he's invited all over the world to go and speak, and today we are happy that we invited him and he honored our invitation to come here to Nasarawa State and actually honor us with that. From all you can see, and from everything that he has said during the lecture, it starts with a dream. You must have a dream that I want to do something, and I think there is no other way than the example of this building, as was indicated, by my dear brother, the MD of Nelfond, when he started with the dream of having a building and selecting a site and doing all that. And then a dream must follow up with a vision. And that's what I always encourage you to do. You must have a vision of what you want to achieve, where you want to go, how you want to achieve it. And I think that's the whole idea about him doing that. Then once you have the vision, you start planning. This is what I want to plan. This is what I want to do. This is how I want to do it. And that's why I'm just going through what he did by working hard after all that. And actually, he came up, with the institution he attended in Detroit. That institution had something called the tracking of the technicians. It was the same actually here in Nigeria. I went to Government Technical College, Bukur, at the time, Government Technical Training School. And by our third year, our graduating year, usually you will have so many institutions that will track you to come and give you employment. When I was graduating from Government Technical College, Bukur, in 1980, at the time, we had Peugeot assembly that was just coming into Nigeria. We had Volkswagen in Lagos that came to employ us. We had Plateau Electricity Corporation that gave me employment. I had Kudanels actually in Bauchi that gave me employment. So I had close to like 5 employments at that time, because they had tracked me. But because I didn't want to go far away from Plateau State, I wanted to get my scholarship because I already had an admission to go to Indiana State University in Terre Haute, Indiana, very close to Detroit, but a little bit bigger city than Detroit. I'm just kidding, smaller city. And also because of that, we had the opportunity. I didn't want to be very far away, from Plateau. So I took the job with Plateau Electricity Corporation so I will be able to follow up and get my scholarship. And immediately, actually, I left when I started working with Electricity Corporation. But that is what skill does to you, which starts from my experience at the Government Technical Training School in Bukur. Just 5 days ago, we had our BOSAD reunion. When we graduated over 44 years ago, most of us had forgotten where each other was. So for that reason, all our classmates honored me by being present here in Lafia, to come and honor me. And I remember, I took my pound of flesh because I was much smaller then. I didn't have the size that I have today. And a lot of them took us for granted. And I was actually bamboozled everywhere here. But that day I was able to pay back for some of them that were able to do some of the things. So that's the idea, about this tracking. And that is what I'm trying to bring into Nasarawa State, about having an institution that big industries will track. That way they will say, we want so and so people from here, and I will get to that in a minute. So by going to the technical school, it gave me the opportunity actually to acquire a skill. The MC had introduced me earlier as someone who is a welder. And he keeps calling me a welder without saying certified welder, because I was a certified welder. A welder and a certified welder are two different people. When you say welder, they are looking at the welder on the street. But I'm a certificated welder, because by graduating from there, I had, my WIAC technical, both parts 1 and 2, in welding craft practice, as they call it. Welding craft practice, but theory and practical. I'm happy with the video that was mentioned by the head of department, at the technical institute we have, when he said they do 90% practical, 10% theory. That says a lot about skill acquisition, and that's what that institute was meant for. I never even had that statement until today. At the Government Technical College, Bukur, we were doing 70% practical, 30% theory. And the theories were actually in mathematics, English, physics, chemistry. For a shop like ours, welding craft practice, chemistry was compulsory, physics was compulsory, and definitely mathematics was compulsory. So we spent some time to do that. And then we spent a little bit of time to do English. That's why our English is not as beautiful as the English of the MC. So that's how we continue to go in that direction in order for us, to get there. And since I had this huge amount of knowledge in shielded metal arc welding and oxyacetylene welding, Nasarawa State at the time did not exist, so we were under Plateau State. So Plateau State was under a different political party between 1979 and 1983, and those were about the time that I was in the US. So we were MPP. Unlike my brother Relani, who were MP, and at the time in the Northwest, we were MPP. And the MPP had its own consequences. So we were not getting our scholarship money. And since we are not getting our scholarship money, the institution, Indiana State University, will allow us as students on scholarship to take your classes. They will not stop you from classes. But America will not allow you to eat their food and to stay in their hostels if your money was not coming. So we had to look for a way to do that. The only way to look for a way was for me to go out there to look for a job as a welder, even as a student. So being a certified welder that I was, and still am, I had to go and get the job with Alcoa Energy. So we got the work, and then I will work as a welder at night, both welder and iron bender at night, and then be able to pay and stay in hostel because I was making $3.75 an hour. The more hours you work, the more you get paid. And that was a lot of money at the time. So it takes you back to hard work and being able to do what you are supposed to do. And I'm saying all this in order to encourage our young ones to ensure that you have a skill, and a certified skill for that matter. Coming back into Nigeria, actually, after graduating, we all had 4 years scholarship in 1980. We were all supposed to come back in 1984. Because of my skill and because I was able to get a job, I was able now to get the opportunity to graduate in 3 years instead of the 4 years, and I used my 4th-year scholarship to do my master's degree during the same period. That helped me. The only thing that helped me go so kind is because of the skill that I had, and I was going to do that. So I urge you to be able to acquire skills, because I didn't come from the rich parents that will just send me money like some of my colleagues, the other students had. Because we had some other students, if there was no scholarship, their parents could send them money. But I was from, and still am from Goodwill Station. We didn't have people who even understood dollars that time to start sending dollars to me. So for that reason, I had to get the dollars using my skill over there. And that's what happened in that area. So on coming back, my education at Indiana State was actually an experience for me. And that's what gave me the idea. And a gentleman came back, is part of the dream that I had. So he came, I worked for Gov.Sule company, where I rose to the position of a principal production engineer on the line. But that, remember, I had a job while a student. And even when I came back to Nigeria, they kept asking me to return. That was responsible for my returning to the US. And after Relani actually now said, they never asked him for my certificate. And I sat down quietly. I said, you know what? They never asked me for my certificate. And that's exactly what happened. So I never thought about it, because on the day I was going for interview on my second dream, going back to Houston, Texas to work in the oil and gas sector, because I returned to the US, actually after working for Gov.Sule company for a while, went back to the US, and I went straight to work for the oil and gas industry in Houston, Texas. That's why I moved from Indiana down to Texas now. And when I went there, the first interview I was invited to a company called Drill Equip. I actually carried all my certificates, my City and Guilds Part 1 and 2, photocopies of my first degree, my master's degree, my NYC certificate in America, NYC certificate. I carried everything along with me, hoping that they will ask me, show your certificates. And they never asked me. And now that you are mentioning about it, it's when some of these things are actually falling up. Because I remember the first thing the guy asked me. He said, what kind of CNC machines do you know how to operate? I say, I know how to operate the lathe machines, the vertical drilling machines, the milling machines, the saw, and the drilling machines. He said, can you program them? I say, yes. He said, what is the first line of program? I say G50 to set your coordinate, and then you can take your X, Y, and Z coordinates or that. He told me, you got a job. Never asked me for my certificate. I carried my certificate in my box and went back. But now that you mention it, that's when I know my certificate actually was not what got me the job. Because they never asked for my NYSC certificate. They never asked me for it. In fact, they will not even know what NYSC was meant and the rest of that. So that's what happened then. And of course, I worked there. We were building what we call the Christmas trees. Christmas tree is actually a BOP, blowout preventer. In an oil field, when you drill the well, there is too much pressure coming up. You have to be able to set up, a set of valves that are safety valves and there are some control valves and everything. So that's why they call it Christmas trees. When this one fell, this one stop it. When this one fell, this one stop it. And then you set it up. So we were building that. And then I had a friend. I saw Princess Margaret Elias sitting there, and she knows the friend. I had a friend called Habila Abraxan. He came in from Nigeria. In fact, he transferred from Memphis, Tennessee to Houston. And the gentleman didn't have a job. So I went to my boss and said, I have a friend. He can do the job, because we were looking for people on the shop floor. I say he can do it. He said, what did he read? What does he know how to do? I say, oh, he has a certificate. He finished from a university in Memphis. He finished actually in Polytechnic, Kaduna Polytechnic, one of the best polytechnics we have in Nigeria. He finished this, he finished that. He said, okay, can the man cut some iron? This is the word he asked me, honestly speaking. I say, can the man cut some iron? I say, yes, sir, he can cut some iron. At the time, the meaning of cutting some iron, you take a steel, put it in a machine shop, and be able to cut it and produce something. And that's why, so he asked me, can the man cut some iron? I say, yes, sir, he can. He said, okay, bring him tomorrow. So in the night, I asked Abila to meet me at night first. I asked him, Abila, do you know how to operate any machine? He said, no. I said, I told the man that you can cut some iron. He said, no, I don't know how to operate any machine. I said, Abila, we are going to learn how to operate machine tonight, because tomorrow when we go, you will learn how to cut some iron. And luckily, at night, since I was holding a little bit bigger position, I was allowed to enter with a visitor. So we went in there. I said, Abila, this is a sewing machine. What do you call it again? He says sew. I say, no, not so. Sewing machine. That's what it is. Now I want you to push this button. It will actually cut the iron. But before you do that, draw the line, put it in there, use the vise, and hold it. We did that about 10 times, and Abila was able to do that. So tomorrow morning, I brought Abila. He said, can the man, what machine can he operate? I said, let's start with the saucer. He said, okay. And he said, good, put him there. And I put Abila on the sewing machine. And then Abila took the matter. My body actually was I was shivering. I was dying inside. I was just hoping that we cut this iron, because we are not going to get this job. And Abila did that. And at the end of the day, the gentleman did a very good job. And he cut the iron and he got the job. And I believe he's still working. So this is what skills can do for you. And I'm praying, I'm calling on my colleagues, I'm calling on our youth in the state to do that. Wonderful questions that came up. And I'm happy that Relani didn't even delve into that, so that he doesn't have to worry about some of those. The first question, a gentleman asked, we have been doing this skill acquisition. The vice president just came recently. And during his graduation, we had about 1,000 something that graduated, and this and that. After this skill acquisition, then what? Fantastic question. Because it's not just to acquire the skill. What are you going to do with the skill? Okay? So, first in Nasarawa State, like Professor Okucha has said, we are not just giving this skill to the young, we are also doing the skill to the old. We have people who retired after the age of 60, some of them looking like me. A lot of people will not believe that I'm more than 60. So a lot of people like us that graduated, still very strong, can play tennis, and then you tell me to go home and retire? I need something. So some of those people that have no skill and they retired, we now bring them into IMAP. We give them a skill. Is it in carpentry? Is it electrical installation? Is it air conditioner refrigeration? Is it that? We give them all these skills, and these people have money already because they are going to get their money in form of the retirement benefits. We now give them the skill, then they learn. So your question on the retirees, then what? Then for them to go and invest their money and set up and become employers. Answer number one. Number two, how about the young who have not worked anywhere and they are not doing that? We have two categories for them. Number one category, which I even don't take so much into heart, is the ability that some of those people, we give them what they call starter packs. When they graduate, we give them something to go and start. For instance, I'm always partial when I say welding. When somebody graduates with welding, we give him a small shielded metal arc welding machine or 2 cylinders of oxygen and acetylene, so that he can go and set up a small welding shop and be able to do something. Unfortunately, some of them, because they are not serious, and the one that is disheartening is the one that you will give him a small welding shop, he will take it and sell it. So these are some of the problems, but those people cannot discourage us. You know, we must continue to do it so that we do that. But the bigger of them all is my experience from Dangote. While in Dangote, that's why I call myself a certificated welder. While in Dangote, we made up our mind there was going to be an oil refinery, which today is the biggest oil refinery in Africa, perhaps the world, with 650,000 barrels per day, and is constantly given the true competition to NMPC and to government. And he will decide to reduce price today, and then they will follow. He will increase price tomorrow, they will follow. And that's what market forces. But that's not the idea. The idea is when that company was going to be built, when that project was coming up, Dangote was looking for fitters, welders, machinists, and the rest of that. And we did not have certified ones in Nigeria. Dangote had to go to China, to India, and bring over 4,000 of those people to Nigeria in order for that refinery that you see to be built. I know you will say, how can they be looking for welders? There is a welder on the street. That's why I say I'm a certified welder, not welder on the street. Nobody is going to tell a distillation unit that is equivalent to 40-story buildings and give it to a welder on the street with no certificate to weld. Nobody is going to take a riser or a valve or some of these sophisticated equipment that you are thinking about, or clarifier or distiller, and then give it to a welder on the street. They need somebody certified to be able to come and do that. So our technicians in Nasarawa State, I am getting them ready to be the ones that if we have another Dangote building, another refinery, they say we are looking at certified technicians, certified welders, certified machinists, certified carpenters, certified this. They say go to Nasarawa State, you can find them. This is the idea. But we are not just leaving it to chance. Today, we have Olam in Nasarawa State, rice mill in Rokubi. Today, we have the Dangote sugar factory. A lot of people don't know what is happening there because they are not seeing sugar coming out of that place yet. But a lot of activities are going on in the farm and is being managed by some of these same technicians you are talking about, some engineers and the rest of that. Today, we have the Azman rice that came to Toto. When we realized Azman was having difficulty in the takeoff of that, we now entered into a relationship that we made Azman to relinquish their field to a company called Saro Africa. Saro Africa has already taken over, they have paid Azman, and they have moved to site as I'm talking to you. Today, we have Avatar Lithium Factory, the biggest lithium company that is here in Nasarawa State. We have another company, Julian Lithium Factory, that is bigger than even Avatar, that is going to be commissioned. They just confirmed to me today that it will be commissioned in June. We also have the tin mining company. We have all this. So now that you said, after all the certificate, then what? Then go to some of these companies and work. That is the idea. Because if you don't go there, other people will go there. I visited the Julian factory. They have 800 employees right now in the construction of the factory. When I was coming for a visit last week, was it last week? This week. When I was going for the visit, they actually lined up the engineers to wait for me and receive me. Only one is from Nasarawa State. The rest are Nigerians, and I love that because they line up Nigerians to see me. But you know me, I'm going to ask questions. So I asked from Benue, from Kogi, from Plateau, from Kaduna, which is okay, you understand. But I will have wish to say that these ones are from IMAP, or they are from Faculty of Engineering, Nasarawa State University, Kefi, or they are from the Technical Institute that are here, and then the rest from the other parts of Nigeria. So your answer clearly is the more we have of those people, the more they go to some of those companies, and that is the idea. Somebody finally asked a question, and I'm happy that my dear brother Zelani answered you. And it's interesting. He said, why are we buying Toyota instead of buying GM? And I don't even know what's the relationship about us buying GM. Is it because Zelani designed GM vehicles? That's why we have to go and buy GM. I thought you are going to ask. In Nigeria, you know, we do have companies today that are manufacturing vehicles. You know, why are we not buying those vehicles? Why are we buying Toyota and the rest of that? It takes you exactly back to what Zelani had mentioned. And that's what most of these companies are actually who they are. Who are the companies? He mentioned Panasonic when they started. 3 people, a man, his wife, his child. Something with the history of Microsoft. Just a couple of friends that started, you know, and today, Microsoft, if you go to Seattle, Washington, you know you have arrived. Coming back home, the same thing with the Dangote Group. He just started 1978. Today, Dangote has the biggest oil refinery perhaps in the world, the biggest cement plant that we have definitely in Africa, the biggest, the same thing with the Boa Group, the same thing with flour mill that was started by the Kumantaros, the same, so you will go on and on and on. So it starts with the dream, the thinking, and the way to go. And I thank you sincerely if you continue to think.
Can we put our hands together for His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule? Thank you so very much for the insight. You have been part of a history-defining event, the first edition of the Engineer A. Sule Colloquium. Guest paper delivered by Jelani Aliyu, MFR. We thank you most sincerely. We will ask that you kindly remain standing. His Excellency has said that we should always be hands-on and practical, and it always begins with just the figment of an idea. The national anthem. The national anthem.
Our flag shall be our seal.
Thank you very much. We thank our guest speaker, we thank His Excellency, we thank you all for attending this inaugural colloquium, and this effectively brings us to the end of this colloquium. And for those of us who can quote Shakespeare, it's time for us to go to learn how to cut iron.
Welcome back from the live telecast. We'll now continue with our regular programs. Stay tuned.
That we are now about to start our work, that APC is now there in Anambra State.
The distribution of the palliative took place at Abo and Homage communities of Anambra State. It's a continuation of the group's ongoing intervention to touch lives in 774 local government areas of Nigeria. The group had earlier visited other local government areas across the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria with cash and food items to cushion the effect of fuel subsidy removal on the citizens. Bamejele Ajayi, TVC News Homage.
Youths have been advised to equip themselves with skills that can make them stand out as solution providers in society. National Youth Leader of the All Progressives Congress made this known while meeting members of the APC Youth League in Ogun State. Senior reporter Kazim Olowe was there.
As the federal government works towards youth development and creation of employment opportunities, Nigerian youths have been advised to equip themselves with necessary vocational skills to be able to stand out and support themselves as solution providers rather than job seekers. The National Youth Leader of the All Progressives Congress, Dayo Israel, and other notable youth leaders in the party say the federal government has different policies and programs designed to empower Nigerian youth, but want the youth to continue to support the administration and prepare themselves ahead of opportunities.
We're going to take care of that our bit and turn the country around to make it friendly to our citizens. And so we have a responsibility, either as a government official, as young people, to be able to help to build the Nigeria of our dreams. So don't give an excuse that you don't have money, you don't have government. See what you can achieve for yourself, and God will put wind behind your sail.
Others say with outstanding skills and experience, the youth will be viable and will remain the major driver of the economy. They confirm that many youths got political appointments under President Bola Tinubu, Governor Dapo Abiodun, and many other leaders of the All Progressives Congress.
We believe that the youth should continuously be prioritized by government. And we appreciate the president for doing so in the area of leadership, for ensuring that he surrounded himself with young people. Same also the governor of Ogun State for surrounding himself with a lot of young people in his cabinet.
The event features presentation of youth league leaders in the state, training and lecture for the youth about the roles of support groups in winning an election and the need to intensify support for President Bola Tinubu's programs and policies. Key players in attendance urge the youth to engage in vocational skills and, of course, support government programs and policies. Kazim Olowe, TVC News, Abeokuta.
And now to Delta State, where the state chapter of the People's Democratic Party there, the chairman, Solomon Aranyeka, has inaugurated the recently constituted executive members of the Ethiopia Federal Constituency PDP Forum. He charged the group to sustain the political supremacy of the PDP in the federal constituency, saying that the recent defection by the member representing Ethiopia Federal Constituency and daughter of former governor of Delta State will have no political consequences in the 2027 general elections. Chairman, Ethiopia Federal Constituency of PDP Forum, Senator Goyata Amore, assured that the mandate given to his ESCO shall be achieved. He urged that the defection of Mrs. Ibori Siono was long awaited following her withdrawal from ward and state party meetings after collecting her certificate of return in 2023. Senator Amore, who's also chief advisor to the governor of Delta State, commended Governor Borori for his good governance strides. The State Director of Protocol, Sunday Onoride, congratulated Governor Borori for his recent recognition as Governor of the Year. Still in Kebbi State, Igbo community has pledged their support to Governor Nasir Idris' administration beyond 2027. This endorsement was made during a ceremony to distribute 300 bags of 25 kg rice donated by Governor Nasir Idris to the Igbo community, particularly widows and less privileged women. The group acknowledged the governor's achievements in infrastructure and human capital development, commending him for his generosity and commitment to all ethnic groups in the state. They also emphasized the unwavering support from the Igbo community towards Governor Nasir's future political aspirations.
I will only speak for those who are not aware of what His Excellency Karawandu has been doing to better the life of the people residing in Kebbi State. His goodwill has touched the lives of from downtrodden.
His Excellency, the Governor of Kebbi State, have been magnificent to the Igbo community. He loves us, he's our father.
He appointed 3 Igbos as SAs. He has given us all manner of support to widows, support to less privileged, human capacity development, skill acquisition. He has given us equal opportunities, just like the indigenes of Kebbi State.
It's amazing. We see bags of rice. All the Igbo widows, they share rice for us, and we appreciate.
Business news is next with Sarah Ayeko. Sarah, by the way, you covered our earlier story about the Minister of Education's surprise visit to the King's College in Lagos. I'm concerned about the fact that the minister had to visit to see a crack on the wall. I'm wondering how many more government schools will require his visit.
Well, to tell you, it's really terrible, considering that King's College should be one of the noble schools in Lagos. Indeed. And just to see how dilapidated those structures were, how dirty the hostels, the kitchen, the dining halls, even the classrooms, where you have very limited chairs and furniture in it. It was really terrible just to see that a school like King's College is like that. But first, let's get on to business stories. We don't have so much time. Let's talk on business stories now. The Tony Elumelu Foundation has signed a $6 million agreement with the UAE Office of Development Affairs and Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan Foundation to provide business training, mentorship, access to networks, and non-refundable $5,000 seed capital to an additional 1,000 young African entrepreneurs. The agreement signed by the founder, that's Mr. Tony Elumelu, and the Director General of the Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan Foundation at the World Government Summit to foster economic empowerment and entrepreneurship across Africa. Well, through this partnership, the foundation, an affiliate of Earth Zayed, will leverage on the Tony Elumelu Foundation's expertise in catalyzing entrepreneurship for African entrepreneurs. According to the founder, that's Mr. Tony Elumelu, this partnership will create a ripple effect of economic transformation across the continent and unlock the potential of Africa's entrepreneurial talent, eradicate poverty, and drive self-reliance, and also pave way for inclusive growth and prosperity across the continent. Well, the federal government has announced plans to recapitalize the Bank of Agriculture and enhance food security and make food more accessible and affordable to Nigerians. Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Aliyu Abdullahi, said this when the Emir of Borgu Kingdom in Niger, Dr. Mohammed Dantaru, visited him in Abuja. The minister emphasized that the government is reforming the Bank of Agriculture to serve Nigerians better. For him, recapitalizing the bank will make food more accessible and affordable to Nigerians. The bank's mandate includes providing financial support for agriculture production, processing and marketing with planned recapitalization. This will not only increase the bank's lending power, but also facilitate the adoption of modern agricultural techniques and technologies. And the federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening collaboration with the International Labour Organization. Minister of Labour and Employment Dr. Mohammed Dingyadi said this during a courtesy visit by the ILO's Director General to his office in Abuja. The minister says the ongoing partnership with the ILO has contributed to promoting labour rights, creating employment, ensuring workplace equity, and shaping policies that protect workers' rights. He emphasized that Nigeria is eager to deepen its partnership with the organization, particularly in advancing social protection measures, enhancing occupational safety and health standards, and promoting gender equality in the workplace. Well, let's move on to some other stories now. The Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning has commenced the review of the National Monitoring and Evaluation Policy. The Federal Executive Council approved the National Monitoring and Evaluation Policy in August 2022, and a national dialogue on the policy was held in February 2023 to discuss the operationalization across all levels of government. Today's review of the policies to ensure its alignment with Mr. President's Renewed Hope agenda and bring up best modalities to ensure the buy-in and compliance for seamless operationalization of the policy across the MDAs.
Policy is key, it's central, it's critical, it's pivotal and focal. It helps the government to be able to handhold all policies, programs, and projects of every administration through its development plan. So it's critical that an existing policy that has hitherto helped governments, past administration and this present administration, to walk through its path of delivering or meeting the deliverables.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome insights, initiatives that will enhance the quality of these documents, though it has been approved. We are going to revise when it matures for revision.
Through which government policies, programs, as well as goods and services are delivered to the citizenry and to other critical stakeholders. The MDAs are no doubt the drivers of this policy, and as such, much is expected of them.
Well, U.S. and European stock futures rallied today on optimism over prospects of a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia, offsetting a jump in Treasury yields as higher inflation threatens to close the door to any policy easing this year. Euro Stoxx 50 futures climbed 1%, pointing to a higher open for European markets. Nasdaq futures rose 0.4% and S&P 500 futures gained 0.2%. Japan's Nikkei gained 1.4%. MSCI Broad Index of Asia-Pacific shares outside Japan rose 1.2%, the highest since early December. Chinese blue chips were 0.2% higher, and Hong Kong Hang Seng Index extended its bullish run up to 2.5%, and that's another 4-month high. Well, talks for a multi-billion-dollar merger between Japanese and car giants Honda and Nissan have collapsed, formally ending the negotiations for the deal that would have led to the formation of one of the world's biggest car makers. The relationship between the two car makers would have created an auto group worth $60 billion that would have helped both Japanese companies compete against Chinese and U.S. rival brands such as BYD and Tesla. As the deal talks ended today, Honda and Nissan said they will continue the partnership on the in-house development of batteries, software, and electric vehicle technology, along with Mitsubishi. Well, the automakers announced in December they would hold talks to set up a joint holding company, which would have created the world's third largest auto group by vehicle sales, only after Toyota and Volkswagen. Well, Sri Lanka and the United Arab Emirates have reached an agreement on reciprocal promotion and protection of investment to strengthen economic and investment relations between the two countries. According to Sri Lanka President, the agreement signed by UAE Minister of State for Financial Affairs and Sri Lankan Minister of Foreign Affairs, Hirath, during the President's visit to the UAE. The agreement is to facilitate and strengthen foreign investments between the two countries by ensuring investor right protection, promoting economic cooperation, and establishing comprehensive investment protection mechanisms, dispute resolution frameworks, and also policy structures. UAE is one of Sri Lanka's largest trading partners in the Middle East and a main destination for migrant workers. Well, that's business. Sports is up next.
They asked me how I came this far. I told them I had to sweat. Sweat is chasing your dreams. Sweat is never giving up. Sweat is action, but can also bring germs. That's why I use Dettol Cool Soap with 5 degrees cooling sensation. Summer heat brings body odor, but Dettol Cool protects you from 99.9% of illness-causing germs and keeps you fresh.
Information is power, information is security, information is knowledge. Unlabeled to believe that working people around the world have real questions of their own. They want to know how the world of work operates, what it means to the employer of labor, how policies affect workers in the workplace. On Labor Lens, I ensure we engage effectively the organized labor, organized private sector, and government to get out of them information workers are in need of. I am Sharon Ijason, asking questions that make you get sense of the workplace.
Every weekday on Business Nigeria, we uncover the secrets of the financial world.
We analyze the stock market, shares, bonds, and the thrilling world of cryptocurrency.
Facts matter. Our team dives deep to separate fact from popular opinion.
We simplify complex government policies as it impacts your everyday life, helping you navigate the ever-changing financial landscape.
Watch Business Nigeria every weekday at 2 p.m. only on TVC News. First with breaking news.
In sports, Shooting Star Sports Club were beaten for the first time in 9 league outings after losing 2-0 to Kwara United in Ilorin. The Ibadan-based side remained in second position despite the defeat, 8 points behind leaders Remo Stars. At the Samuel Ugbemudia Stadium, Benin City, Bendel Insurance defeated 2-time CAF Champions League winners Enyimba Football Club by a lone goal. Elsewhere, Kano Pillars recorded a 2-1 victory over El Kanemi Warriors at the Sani Abacha Stadium. Still talking football, Super Eagles player Terry Murphy has returned to full training at League On club OGC Nice. And James Takroski's dramatic last gasp equalizer gave the Toffees a deserved point in a stormy conclusion in the final Merseyside derby at Goodison Park. Liverpool looked to be heading 9 points clear at the top of the Premier League as a fiery encounter entered its final seconds until Takroski lashed home a leveler that was only awarded after video assistant referee VAR checks for offside and a foul. Everton took the lead after 11 minutes in an emotionally charged atmosphere when Jared Brathwaite's free kick caught Liverpool cold and Beto slid a composed finish past Alisson. Liverpool's response was instant as Alexis McAllister equalized with a glancing header from Mohamed Salah's cross within 5 minutes. This is what the Premier League table looks like after Liverpool played the outstanding match against Everton Football Club. The Reds remain 7 points clear at the top, with Arsenal still in second position. After 24 matches, Nottingham Forest Football Club also boasts an incredible points of 47 in third position, 4 points ahead of Chelsea in fourth, while defending champions Manchester City are fifth on the log. Now to the UEFA Champions League, where Feyenoord claimed a slender first leg lead over AC Milan in their Champions League knockouts playoff in Rotterdam. Igor Passio's early effort settled the contest for the host, with his low drive skipping off the wet surface to beat Milan goalkeeper Mike Magnan at his near post. In other Champions League games played on Wednesday night, Belgian side Club Brugge won at home against Atalanta 2-1. AS Monaco of France lost at home 1-0 to Benfica Football Club. And vying for a place in the UEFA Europa League's last 16, Portuguese giants FC Porto and Serie A side Roma will meet for the first leg of their playoff later tonight. Roma traveled to Estadio do Dragão, having lost all 3 previous ties between the two clubs. Elsewhere, Spanish side Real Sociedad faced Danish side FC Midtjylland. Jose Mourinho's Fenerbahce of Turkey take on Anderlecht of Belgium. Union Saint-Gilloise host Ajax of the Netherlands. AZ Alkmaar will battle another Turkish side, Galatasaray, while PAOK of Greece will welcome Steaua Bucharesti of Romania. And in the UEFA Conference League, Real Betis Balompié of Spain will head to Belgium for the knockout round playoff clash against Ghent of Belgium at the Planet Group Arena. The hosts finished in 17th place in the league phase with 9 points to their name, while Betis were 1 point better off in 15th position. In other fixtures, Molde faced Shamrock Rovers. Apoel Nicosia of Cyprus traveled to play Gile, while Panathinaikos take on Vikingo. FC Copenhagen of Denmark host Heidenheim of Germany, while Omonia Nicosia will welcome Paphos of Cyprus. Now talking about injury worries, Arsenal striker Kai Havertz will miss the rest of the season in what appears to be a blow after suffering a torn hamstring while at the team's training camp in Dubai. The German international has been a crucial part of Arsenal's attack so far this season, scoring 15 goals and registering 5 assists across all competitions. The injury is a bitter blow for the North London club's title hopes, with their other striker Gabriel Jesus also injured. Arsenal's swelling injury list also includes Bukayo Saka and Gabriel Martinelli. The Gunners currently lie second in the Premier League table, 7 points behind league leaders Liverpool. They are still competing on 2 fronts after qualifying automatically for the last 16 of the UEFA Champions League. What a blow for Arsenal there, and it's back to you, Nifemi, as you continue with the rest of the news at work.
Thank you, Ian, for the update in sports. And that's the news this hour, everyone. Thanks for being a part of it. You can get more on our website at tvcnews.tv. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, or X at TVC News NG. Remember, we're streaming live on YouTube as well at TVC News Nigeria. See you again soon.
To get boosted.
Or don't you want to enjoy premium entertainment this new year? Look at this lineup.
Yay!
First,
UFC.
Ovie, those pro my glasses, so.
Next, Naija Entertainment.
Are you telling me you won't watch top quality Naija series? I go fit if you miss out.
You can enjoy romance and action movies.
I bet who they support Arsenal here? Hey, what's the New Year resolution?
To stop bottling the league.
Oh yeah, Mama, I catch her. Yeah. Oh yeah, don't follow.
Who go gist you the last goals if you don't upgrade?
Wow!
Step up and boost now with DSTV. Upgrade your DSTV package and get boosted to the next higher package. Offer valid for a limited time.
Boosted! 6 now. Level don't change. Go.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. This Love Month, skip the ordinary and embrace the extraordinary. Why settle for flowers when you can gift products that bring joy, health, and togetherness? Celebrate your love with products that bring you closer together. Skip the flowers. Get the products from now till the 28th of February 2025. From now through the month of love, we are excited to offer gifts worth 30,000 naira on the first 100 orders. Yes, that's right. Let's start with the ultimate kitchen companion, the CookX Air Fryer Oven. It's the gift that keeps giving, creating healthy, delicious meals you'll love. The CookX 10-in-1 Air Fryer Oven is a 12-liter oven that offers 75% more space for cooking than traditional air fryers. Call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get the CookX Air Fryer Oven plus an amazing kitchen knife set valued at 30,000 naira for free for 239,950 naira. You can get the CookX Air Fryer Oven in 2 easy payments of 119,975 naira. Are you looking to bond and get fit? The ShopX Ultimate Crunch lets you sweat it out together. No gym is required. Build muscle, build memories, and build your best selves while at it. This 6-in-1 machine is designed to take your fitness to the next level. Call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get the ShopX Ultimate Crunch at the price of 399,950 naira. You also get the Genie Bra from ShopX TV, valued at 30,000 naira for free. And that's not all. You can get the ShopX Ultimate Total Crunch in 2 easy payments of 199,975 naira. We have the CookX 4-in-1 blender, perfect for whipping up healthy, delicious smoothies for 2. It's love at first sip. It's a food processor, a grinder, a blender, and a juicer, all in one. Call the number on your screen right now or scan the QR code and get an amazing kitchen knife set valued at 30,000 naira for free. You can get the CookX 4-in-1 blender for just 155,950 naira. And that's not all. You can get the CookX 4-in-1 blender in 2 easy payments of 77,975 naira. That's right, pay twice to get this amazing cooking solution. But hurry, limited stock available. So call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code or visit our website to place your order while stock lasts. Shop now and make this month of love unforgettable. The proceeding is a paid presentation by ShopX TV.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did
the news? First, with breaking news.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the coronation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty, erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Hello there, and it's good to have you join us on today's edition of Business Nigeria. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I am Sarah Ayeku, standing in for Tolulokpe Ogunjobi. Honda Nissan's $60 billion mega merger deal collapses. Well, those are some of the stories we'll be bringing to you on today's program. The Tony Elumelu Foundation, we're starting off with some news updates, has signed a $6 million agreement with the UAE Office of Development Affairs and the Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan Foundation to provide business training mentorship, access to networks, and non-refundable $5,000 seed capital to an additional 1,000 young African entrepreneurs. The agreement signed by Mr. Tony Elumelu and the Director General of the Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan Foundation at the World Government Summit will foster economic empowerment and entrepreneurship across Africa. Through this partnership, the Al Nahyan Foundation, an affiliate of Earth Zayed, will leverage the TF's expertise in catalyzing entrepreneurship for African entrepreneurs. According to Mr. Elumelu, this partnership will create a ripple effect of economic transformation across the continent and unlock the potential of Africa's entrepreneurial talent, eradicate poverty, drive self-reliance, and pave the way for inclusive growth and prosperity across the continent. Well, the federal government has announced plans to recapitalize the Bank of Agriculture to enhance food security and make food more accessible and affordable to Nigerians. Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Aliyu Abdullahi, said this when the Emir of Borgu Kingdom, Dr. Muhammad Dantoro, visited him in Abuja. The minister emphasized that the government is reforming the Bank of Agriculture to serve Nigerians better. For him, recapitalizing the bank will make food more accessible and affordable to all Nigerians. The bank's mandate includes providing financial support for agricultural production, processing and marketing with planned recapitalization. This will not only increase the bank's lending power, but also facilitate the adoption of modern agricultural techniques and technologies. The federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening collaboration with the International Labour Organization. Minister of Labour and Employment, Mr. Muhammadu Dingyadi, said this during a courtesy visit by the ILO's Director General to his office in Abuja. The minister says the ongoing partnership with the ILO has contributed to promoting labour rights, creating employment, ensuring workplace equity, shaping policies that protect workers' rights. He emphasized that Nigeria is eager to deepen its partnership with the organization, particularly in advancing social protection measures, enhancing occupational safety and health standards, and promoting gender equality in the workplace. Well, let's move on to some other stories now, and let's go to our topic for today, where the Central Bank of Nigeria has announced a review on the transaction fees for automated teller machines. Well, the Apex Bank, in a circular signed by the Acting Director of Financial Policy and Regulation Department, Mr. John Onoja, addressed this to all banks and financial institutions. He said the revised charges will take effect from the 1st of March. According to the acting director, the move is part of efforts in addressing rising operational costs and enhancing efficiency in the banking industry. This new development marks the first adjustment since 2019, when withdrawal fees were reduced from 65 naira to 35 naira. The Apex Bank said for off-site automated teller machines, that is, those ATMs at shopping malls, eateries, and other public places, a sort charge of not more than 500 naira per every 20,000 naira will apply, in addition to the statutory 100 naira fee for withdrawals by customers of other banks' ATMs. For international withdrawals using debit or credit cards, the CBN said banks and financial institutions are now permitted to apply a cost recovery charge equivalent to the exact amount charged by the international acquirer. Well, joining me to talk more about this and its implication on businesses and, of course, Nigerians is the Managing Director and Chief Business Officer of Optimus by AfriInvest, Mr. Ayodeji Ebo. It's good to have you join us on the program.
Yeah, good afternoon. Great to be here.
Well, this is something that, of course, is about our money that we stored in the banks. And within 2 months for the year 2025, the federal government has increased not just now the ATM charges, now the telecommunications tariff has also increased, port charges has also increased. But first, let me get your reaction to this new directive by the CBN saying that we'll have to pay more on our ATM charges.
Okay, thanks. I think this is now also coming as a surprise, given the underlying factor. So you would see when you look at the circular that states as a result of for efficiency, for effectiveness, you know, for a while now, the CBN has been trying to persuade banks and to ensure that the ATMs are functional, so to ensure that there's ease of distribution of cash within the economy. Yeah, so this is coming. So this is for, we call it I would say on us and not, I think I'm trying to use the word that they use. If we are withdrawing from a third party bank, then that free 3 withdrawals that you enjoyed before now you have to now pay for it. So you will see that when you look at the cost of running or having an ATM, it's you need to run the you see AC throughout the night to keep it powered. You need to keep it on. Most of them are also using inverters. So the underlying factor where all these costs is coming from, if we trace it back, is the devaluation of the naira, which impacted on the cost of diesel, impacted on cost of services, cost of items. So that's where the basis is coming from. So any services or products that is tied to that would definitely be reviewed upwards for that business to be sustained. So unfortunately, Nigerians is going to have to the pressure of the cost of living, because it would also be passed to the final consumer. So the average market person, woman or man, that would, when you want to withdraw cash to pay for item, because we still run a very strong, huge cash economy. So you want to withdraw cash to pay, you will need to also pay for those that charges. But I think that with I can't recall the last time I went to the ATM, for instance. The POS will now there will be more demand for the POS, because for some, that 100 naira that they try to avoid before now will now have to be, if your bank is not within the location where you are, so you may as well just use the POS and just pay for the charges. So there will be more demand on the POS.
There will be more demand for the POS, but right now the POS charges is even higher than what we had before. So if you're getting 5,000 naira, you're paying 200 naira. If you're getting 10,000 naira, you're paying 300 naira already at the POS from the POS vendors. That's where you want to withdraw cash. But looking at this increment coming from the banks, some would say that this might become a challenge to operators of POS, who seem to have found a means of, of livelihood in charging Nigerians to get cash.
No, but yes, but when you look at it, what the average POS person or operator, the POS operator rather, it's entitled, if you withdraw that like 60,000 naira in a day, that's not sufficient to survive on that business. So definitely, they've devised very ingenious ways that they've partnered with businesses that receive cash, and they're able to take cash from them at a reasonable rate, reasonable charges that they sell or used to serve, if we put it that way, their own customers. So we just see that system will continue. Nigerian cost of POS, yes, have been more expensive, but also depends on the location where you are, and also vary on the operator. Yes, there's a standard fee. This, you will know that this era, the unfortunate thing is that it's just cost. So the cost of living, cost of doing business, everything going up, which will suppress the standard of living. Because when you look at disposable income, the frequency of the withdrawals that even some people do in a day, it runs into, when you look at it in a month, thousands of naira that should have been used for more productive things will now be used for charges. But we need to also balance it from the operator. The last time this was reviewed was in
2019.
In 2020 rather. And that's almost 4 years ago. What was the exchange rate then? What was the cost of diesel? What was the average income rates as at that period? So it's really a tough time for businesses, also tough time for the customers. But when you look at it from a business perspective now, for sustainability of that business, you see the offsite, or the cost of setting up the offsite. If we look at the costs as at 2020 and the cost now, it would have quadrupled, because of there will be FX element on all the things they will need to construct and have a functional ATM.
Some persons will say, why put my money in the bank? Why don't I just create one piggy bank in my house and just put money in there if the banks are going to be charging all of this, taking all of this cost off of my money? But I know that you said the banks have identified, just before I continue, I know that you said that the banks have identified operational challenges as, of course, one of the reasons behind this directive. Right? So some persons will say it's like the banks are trying to generate revenue, or can't they think of other ways to generate revenue other than the ATM charges?
Okay, thanks. The way I would see it is, first of all, what we would see is that there will be more adoption of online transactions. Yeah, I know that it will just improve, because rather than with me withdrawing to pay cash, you may rather want to
transfer.
At least do transfer and just pay. There are still also charges for transfer, but
35 naira.
It's like half of what you pay when you are when you are going to withdraw from ATM. I think the highest maximum is 53 naira. So we'll see more adoption, which is also one of the objectives of the CBN. Also, in looking at it from the part of competition, so banks now would want to would say customers would like to get ATMs of banks that are closer to them, so that you don't come and you don't want to incur costs. So if Bank A is within the area where I easily have access to, so it makes more sense for me to open an account with that bank and get the ATM for that bank, so that I don't need to incur costs. So there will also now be a bit of competition within the banks. We are hoping that this would it will make the ATM more functional, and because most times it doesn't dispense cash, because most people have to resort to POS. So we're hoping that if that would encourage that, so we would see more people porting from one bank or activating their accounts in banks that are closer to them to reduce the charges. So it's really a very tough times, and Nigerians also have to be ingenious to see how, because all these costs add up. So you need to see the best way to think strategically on how to minimize some of these costs that continue to come up in form of tariff, in form of taxes, in form of charges that we continue to see.
It's I sometimes when I get those alerts, those 10 naira, 25 naira, 35 naira alerts just for a single transfer, I'm like, gosh, my money is dripping away little by little. But some will say that maybe this could have been addressed, or would this address the issue of non-availability of cash at most ATM machines? Because just like you said, that banks now would make money more available at the ATM machines. Would that really solve it? Because of course, there are rumors that the POS vendors would have withdrawn all of the money, and then when customers go to the ATM machine, the ATMs, they cannot get cash to withdraw. They now have to fall back to the POS vendors. But do you think this will really, be cost effective if the banks are trying to cut down, sort out the operational costs that they're trying to sort out the cost for maintaining the ATMs, and then also having people come to the ATMs more to get cash? Do you think, I don't know, does it really balance up?
I think that it would improve it. It's not the silver bullet for solving that problem. It will improve it a bit, because as a business person, if you've been running and the ATM as a business, if it's been running at a loss, but now that you think that you're able to generate something to make, whether it's to break even or at least make a little bit of profit, you may also be encouraged to begin to see how do you want to make it active. If you supply enough cash, even the POS will not be able to, the POS operators won't be able to drain all the cash. If you supply a lot, that's you continue to feed the ATM with cash, and it won't, because the quantum of cash required on a daily basis will not increase, because if you know that there's cash available in the ATM, you may not need to also patronize the POS. So once there's a little bit of a reduction in the demand for the cash at the POS, they will also reduce the amount of cash they will also be withdrawing from the ATM due to the reduction in demand from their own end. So it's really going to improve it, but it will not totally solve the problem, because the banks will look at if I'm able to make more money from from interest income, high treasury bills, able to make more money from loans. These parts of the business, because of the regulations, if I'm not going to make as much, I may not need to invest as much within that particular ATM business, sub-business of the bank.
As we move closer to the next MPC meeting, right, which is to hold in the coming week, what are your expectations and considerations you think the committee would bring to the table?
Okay, thanks. I think part of what the MPC is also waiting for is to see at what level the inflation rate, it's the rebased inflation that we're expecting. So it's really going to determine the direction. But I feel that the MPC may want to hold for now and to see how the inflation rates, maybe on a month-on-month basis, to see how things pan out as progress before they may want to begin to taper or reduce the interest rates. We know there major discussion will also be around the FX. Yes, there's been stability since the introduction of the Bloomberg B-match, and that would also be one of the positives that will be celebrated or highlighted even by the MPC, that stability within the FX or appreciation within that FX, and to see what else can they do to, if it doesn't appreciate much, can it at least remain stable and provide a bit of medium to long-term clarity around that's forward guidance around direction of the FX. So I know there will also be emphasis on how government coordination, because that is also very key with the fiscal authorities to ensure that once there's also coordination, better coordination, then economic growth can also be achieved to a large extent.
Well, we're all watching closely to see how POS operators, will now be kings, and banks will also, of course, will now be kings controlling our money, how they will respond to the revised charges, the ATM charges. Thank you so much for speaking to us. So we've been talking with the Managing Director and Chief Business Officer of Optimus by AfriInvest, Mr. Ayodeji Ebo. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Always my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Well, still to come on the show, we'll shift our focus to the aviation sector. Nigeria signs amended BASA agreement with United Arab Emirates amid other issues in the aviation sector. Aviation analyst Mr. Wole Shadari will join me on the show to continue the conversation right after this break. Stay with us.
Education began with the Christian lessons of his parents, as well as the more traditional Yoruba spiritual customs taught to him by his grandfather. He had his preparatory university studies at Government College Ibadan in 1954, subsequently University College Ibadan, and he continued at the University of Leeds, earned a bachelor's degree in English literature. Soyinka's master's degree focused on projects combining his Yoruba culture with traditional British theatre traditions. He later returned to school in Nigeria to study African theatre, during which time he continued to produce poems and plays, one of which appeared on Nigerian television. Shortly after, he became the chief of the Cathedral of Drama at the University of Ibadan. Nigeria had only recently gained independence from Britain, and political corruption was at a high. Soyinka's plays and poems became increasingly political, and he began giving speeches protesting government corruption. He was accused of conspiring with the
Well, Nigeria has signed an amended bilateral air service agreement with the United Arab Emirates, reinforcing aviation ties with between both nations. The agreement was signed by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Festus Keyamo, during the ICAO Global Implementation Support Symposium 2025 in Dubai. This revised BASA ensures reciprocal rights for both countries, paving the way for expanded code-share agreements and interlining opportunities for Nigerian airlines. Well, let's get an understanding of what BASA really is. And we have, and of course, other issues in the aviation industry. We have renowned aviation analyst, Mr. Wale Shadare, joins us to talk more on this. It's good to have you join us on the program.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon. Help us understand what the BASA agreement means. That's between Nigeria and United Arab Emirates. What do we stand to gain?
Thank you very much. BASA is just one of the agreements. Okay, let me put it simply. No airline or no country designates an airline to fly from point A to point B. There must be an agreement between two nations or multiple nations to agree on air services between two countries. So what it means is that you have a body of agreement that stipulates is actually not a straitjacket thing. One BASA with another country can equally be different from an agreement with another country depending on how both countries reach an agreement. What it simply means is that if the two governments, they meet to say, okay, we want to do air transport service to your country because the country has the right to protect its airspace or to make sure a particular airline that is allowed to operate into that country operates. So bilateral air services agreement is usually an agreement between two countries on flight rights. It means the number of flights, the number of times that you can come to my country, the number of times that I can also come to your country. But the problem now is that we have more than 90 bilateral air services agreements that Nigeria is not actually utilizing because our airlines do not have the capacity to reciprocate some of these agreements. So when you have an agreement like that, it depends on what you want. You can say, okay, since I do not have the capacity or my airline does not have the capacity to operate to your country, we can do commercial agreements. What it means is that you have all the rights to come to my country as many times as possible, but there must be something in return that you must give to us until we are ready to reciprocate that agreement. Unfortunately, that has been cancelled, so Nigeria does not benefit directly from the bilateral air services agreement because the commercial agreement had been, cancelled by a former Minister of Aviation, the government at that particular time, Mrs. Stella Odua. So what we have now is an agreement that is skewed against Nigeria and against the airline. But with what we have done now, with what the government has done now with the UAE, I think it is a good one, but we cannot rejoice yet until we begin to see the details and content of that agreement. Nobody knows exactly what is in that agreement, whether Nigeria has been just changed, whether it's a good one for Nigeria. I want to believe it will be a good one for Nigeria. We also want to believe that the minister would have seen all the things that we have clamored for, that bilateral air services agreement must be beneficial to Nigeria and must be beneficial to Nigerian airlines. Until we see the content of that agreement, it will be too premature to begin to rejoice over that bilateral air services agreement with the UAE.
Well, some will say that the aviation industry is really wobbling to fly high in the skies. But Nigeria Airlines, they've continued to grapple with, a series of challenges, reducing their level of competitiveness, just like you mentioned, across domestic and international space. But do you think this current minister is addressing these issues as expected?
I think we must praise the minister for what he has been able to do in the last 2 years. He has really done well. But if you look at the aviation industry as a whole in Nigeria, we had a lot of problems that started long before this administration, even long before the last administration, even long before the administration before the last one. So we have to grapple with a lot of issues. We have to grapple with a lot of finance. Our airlines are not well financed, and the problem is not actually with the airlines. The problem has to be with the policy. Like I always told people that no Nigerian airline can be profitable with the type of loan, percentage on loan. There's no way you can survive with 30% or 25% loan interest. It will never work. And if you also look at it, Nigerian aviation industry seems to be at its infancy. Yes, the aviation industry in Nigeria will be 100 years this year, but we haven't really done so spectacularly well. And I think the minister is looking at some of these problems to tackle them headlong. But the problem we've always had is that by the time this minister leaves, another minister comes, we begin to have policy change in policy direction, change in administration, and we begin to miss some of the things that we are supposed to do. The aviation industry in Nigeria is really suffering, but at the same time, we should look at the gains that we have made over the years and begin to build on those achievements and gains. Yes, we have a long way to go. The minister has tried, but we still have a long way to go if the aviation industry in Nigeria is to be reckoned with. Do not get me wrong, the aviation industry is very safe. Our airspace is very safe. It's one of the safest in the world.